It's day number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asian Championship, the grand finals day number 2. As we venture in and find out the teams that are going to be dominating and the teams that are going to be rising back from the ashes. Of course, I'm Pixis, your host and your caster, joined along with Shivansh. How excited are you for today's games?
I am very excited because yesterday we saw some of the teams showcasing their true performance and also their real colors, that how they're going to perform in this championship. And some teams had a rough start, but I hope everything will be fine for those teams, and also they'll perform good today.
I think so far we've kind of had expected results with for Medical Vibes playing absolutely, fantastic. Then we, of course, did have Stalwart redeeming themselves towards those final few games. That one game in Miramar, those 18 limb chicken dinner, was one worth watching. But again, I think for the Nepalis, I think DRS did a pretty good job in the final game, because that was one of those cause of concerns for me personally, watching them fall so hard and heavy. But, my complaints from one region, that would be Pakistan. Shivansh, what do you think they were missing on?
To be honest, whenever they are in a fight or whenever they, opt for a
All right,
fight,
Shivansh, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry to cut you off, but we'll get back to that conversation. But right now, we need to focus on the roadmap. I mean, for all you viewers out there, it is the PMPL as a championship. The winner gets to slot towards the PUBG Mobile World Invitational main event. But via in-game voting, you can choose one from South Asia, one from Pakistan to represent your colors at the PMWI.
Yeah, what you have to do, like if you want your favorite team to be in there after PUBG Mobile World Invitational All-Star stage, the team with the most votes, you just have to vote. Just log into your game and you can vote for your favorite team. The team with the most votes from each region gets to play in the All-Star stage. Will start on July 11th and ends on July 13th. So again, it's an amazing opportunity, because this time the fans will decide which team will be there in the All-Star stage.
Yeah, and I think, you giving that kind of an autonomy to the fans, we really hope you put your best foot forward, get the best team out there, because, as long as they win, that makes you happy. But quick look at the overall rankings. Like I said, for Medical Vibes, they're a cut apart. 87 points already to their name. Stalwart Esports did manage to, push through, get that second position, at least, considering how terrible Stalwart Esports' day number ones usually are. But this is a good sign. And for Medical Vibes, surely need to work, watch out. For Highvoltage DC, I think they've been playing pretty decent as well. But if you talk about the epitome of consistency, I really think MABETEX was there. But once we venture into the second page, now this is where majority of the Pakistani teams are placed. And Shivansh, this is where, I have to come back to you again. What do you think is missing?
The way they are approaching to the game, to be honest, in certain situations. Because yesterday we saw 7th Element tend to, drop near Aegon X I8, and they lost 2 fights in a row against them. They are also butchering their own stats and also just trying to shut down the players of Aegon X I8. So there's a different rivalry going between these two teams. Just because of that, they won't be able to perform good yesterday. But we talk about one team which just amazed us. That's going to be for Medical Vibes.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt. I mean, the biggest difference, if you take a look at their South Asia Final Day 1 and South Asia Championship Final Day 1, that's you can see that rise in terms of the points. 6 to 14, almost more than double. Now, that is how much they've really improved, right? And I was kind of wondering, where does this team go from around here? Just averaging around 8 limbs per game. They've been so phenomenal, right? And, even yesterday, and something that I think I'm going to expect from them today as well, because yesterday's Sanhok game and the games before that were nothing short of a beauty. Every single time you see them in server, now they have a lot of purpose. They're playing some good objective PUBG Mobile, and that somehow is working out for them.
Yeah, exactly. As you just mentioned, right? 8 eliminations, and that's in like per game. an average number of 8 eliminations. That's a huge thing, because 8 points every single time whenever they stepped into a game, they will secure 8 points minimum, and then after that, how many points they're going to achieve, it depends on which position they end on. But being consistent was the key yesterday, and I was so amazed that every single time they were in the top 5. So the way Fourmaker Vibes is playing is good, and to be honest, I think so. They created a sense. They created one thing for the team, and that is you have to be careful from us, otherwise you might get punished.
But along with Fumerical Vibes, and whenever it comes down to the Nepali region, I think there's one name that usually pops up. That's DRS. But yesterday wasn't really the case, right? Yesterday we saw some really nice plays being made by the players from Highvoltage DC, and I think they've made quite a substantial improvement from how they had been playing during the SA final. And if you take a look at how they have played yesterday, so that's heaven and hell difference between how good they were, right? Especially aggressively. I think there was a moment where they were on par with the players of Fumerical Vibes in terms of elimination. Now that is one of the most difficult feats to achieve, even for the best of Nepali teams, because whenever it comes down to the Nepalis, the usual thought process that runs through your mind is they kind of tend to play a lot tactical, right? They kind of have that really nice macro rotations going in their favors. They kind of come online in terms of getting a lot of elims, but towards the end. But that was not the case with Highvoltage DC. They were right there from the very beginning, managed to get a chicken dinner, and we'll be hoping to get a lot more today as well as we look into the schedule. So, Shivansh, it's Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel. So, a lot of Erangels, few Miramars, but I think, the players will be quite happy.
Yeah, we have in total 3 Erangels, 2 Miramar, and only 1 Sanhok. Sanhok is always an amazing map, right? And also we all know that teams tend to play very slow in a map like Sanhok. It's very chaotic in the final stages of Sanhok game. But if we talk about the Miramar map, in that one particular map, we saw some of the Pakistan region teams tend to shine a lot. For an example, Quantum Rays, they played very well. I eliminated Crew from the Nepali region, by the way. Team TU, if we can also talk about them, and also Team Leo Gangsters, they are also very comfortable. So some of the Pakistani team and some of the Nepali team are very comfortable on a map like Miramar. But what's going to be their approach for today? You can't rely on a map like that, which can turn around a lot, especially the way Fourmaker Vibes is playing like this.
I think for the teams, like, I think this was one of those discussions that I think you and Johnny were also having, and I kind of accede to that. Is for sure for Fourmaker Vibes, they have a bounty on their head, right? A lot of these teams might have come prepared and would have had a look at their wards, how they're rotating, what they're doing, because for now that's been such a drastic change in their behavior, in their way they're approaching the game, right? Which is kind of quite difficult for the teams to suddenly grasp as to what they're up to, right? Sometimes the best part about Fourmaker Vibes and why I think they are a cut apart from the others, including the Mongolians, is they have that ability to instantly switch gears. Suddenly you were seeing them watching play a lot of tactical, kind of just staying back a little bit, backs against the wall, they're completely fine. And suddenly, the next moment, you see them just going all over the place. Absolutely, go berserk with the kind of fights they take. So quite hard to predict. And if you do not know what your opponent is going to do, then yes, it's too difficult to deal with. But enough about Fourmaker Vibes. It could just be somebody else. It could be one of those Pakistani days where we could see a comeback from their side. But here we go into day number 2, match number 1. It is going to be Erangel, and looks like it's quite a northernish flight path trajectory all the way from the southern Georgia towards Lipovka. So a lot of these teams that kind of tend to drop around the southern islands, I think they'll have something to worry about.
Yeah, To be honest, I think so. This plane path again favoring the team IH because they tend to drop near the Georgia pool area and they'll be very comfortable. If the circle start favoring them from the early stage, then going to be the happiest person alive on the map of Erangel too. But I would love to see how Team TUF just going to play around this game because they tend to opt for the pre-mosque area and now they're just heading towards the same. They're going to collect some vehicles and then they will move forward to the pre-mosque halt location. But fixes, we all know, have been casting PUBG Mobile from a very long time. In these type of planes path, in these type of plane trajectory, what do you think where the circles is going to form? The first circle.
I think I want to see something happening quite defaulty, right? Somewhere around maybe farm or Gatka would kind of please me because I've had enough of those certain circles. Need no more heart attacks. I'm fine. I mean, a Zaki circle would absolutely make me happy. But yeah, a standard
Wow.
default Gatka circle. I think we have seen circles like this
Yeah.
even yesterday, where you kind of tend to have a lot of iterations to this particular zone, right? You can expect something happening around maybe the mainland Gatka, or usually on most of the occasions, what we have seen is it kind of goes down a little below Puchinki, right? Either the Puchinki Hills or sometimes those flatlands. And that is where, I have seen a lot of cluster being formed around those 12 pack compounds, the double 12 packs that we have there. And, that is where it kind of gets really important. You've got even the forest to take. But yesterday we witnessed a little bit of a curveball where the circle kind of went towards Ferry Pair. So that is
Yeah.
something that I guess teams need to watch out for because, yes, in this particular world, we've got fights breaking out right
Again.
from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And from an auto pistol, Falak is done for by their Pakistani compatriots. All right. So there you have the perfect start to this game. Aegon I8 in a whole world of trouble.
I, I had discussed about this in the start of this broadcast, right? Fixers, and that is there's a different rivalry going between these two teams. I don't know why, but just because of this, both of them every single time just tend to play in a handicap situation in the middle stages of the game or also in the end stage of the game, and that would happen with Econ X I8 for now. One of their player already got taken down by the seventh element, and this type of shenanigans are not that good, especially for those players who thinks that they are gonna have good start. And now look at that, QQ. He also falls down. He was trying to escape. He thought that he can escape his demise, but no, I think so. This time, that's not going to be the case. Togosaurus will take him down in just few seconds, and yes, they will enjoy their 2 defeat points. And we just saw the first blood, and also the follow-up blood goes to the players of seventh element. Mind you, by the way, they were on the bottom of the overall ranking.
And now this is where my biggest fears for the Pakistani teams have come true, right? Because if you talk about Aegon I8, they're I think the finest. They're the champions of PMPL Pakistan, and oh well, how the mighty have fallen. Right now, they sit at the 10th position, Shivansh. Now that is very concerning, especially by their standards. Now, considering even the lineup they have in their roster, you're talking about an all-star lineup from Pakistan. You've got the perfect mix of some nice, upcoming prospects. You've got, some really nice salters in an IGL, and still, they have that perfect mixture, the balance, but still they're not able to deliver. Now, this is not just to one game, right? I'm not just talking regarding this game of Erangel. Yes, things get messed up. It goes down the hole. It feels bad. It's something that's quite unlucky that you're in an unfavorable position and somebody else takes you down. But if you're talking about yesterday's performance, hasn't been up to the mark. Hasn't been the way Aegon I8 are supposed to be playing. And now they're literally struggling with just Uzum and Blade alive. I mean, what can they possibly do over here rather than just fight for a few points? And considering this was such a nice circle where they could have accrued a lot of points, Shivansh, now this is where the fans are going to be displeased.
You know what? They can still change some things because I believe that uh, in the middle of difficulties lies opportunities, right? They can just go for some third party finish and they can just play very slow, just respect your opponent's things and also go third party builders. That's it. That's how you can just grab the point. And just they already lost two of their players. They are in a certainly very bad in the matchup of their firepower. So you have to plan and you have to work according to that. I would love to see how they're gonna just step up after getting into this loophole. But if we talk about the other Pakistani teams, and one of them, it's going to be Magnus Esports. They are also in a very weird spot. Fixes. They are on the 14th position and they only acquired total 13 points. And yesterday, if I'm not wrong, yeah, they had a good match in the second last map, and that was Miramar. So I am sure that they're just going to perform good in the map of Miramar because they also showcase good amount of performance in the second game of yesterday too. But what about Erangel? You need to step up on the home ground. You have to collect at least some decent points to just survive in those crucial stages when you have nothing to earn.
Yeah, I feel, NB Esports, they're holding themselves back. Because I've seen better days for this team, right? And
Yep,
yesterday,
exactly.
the way they were abolished by Assassin, that one force of nature just, kind of exterminated them. But, when you look at these players, when you look at lads like Seg, Akaza, Mondo, Fistboy, you kind of expect bigger things for the way they have performed, especially during the SA finals. They were one of those teams. They were one of the contenders for winning the entire championship. It had kind of boiled down to the final game, Shivansh, and it could have been a history created, but they kind of missed. But I felt, they still had that fire in their eyes. They will come back in the SA championship. They were gonna take what is theirs. But their performance yesterday has been a little lousy. And that is something really concerning me. Of course, they did manage to redeem themselves back in the matches of, I think, Miramar. We're going to keep talking about them. But again, IHC, they're in a whole world of trouble. As Alex is found all by his lonesome. Regicide decide to go in for the push. Alex has already managed to take down that one. And instantly will just kind of try to retreat and will reposition himself. As Regicide realized that there's no point pushing because Roshan is already knocked out, so it's better that Buddy instantly triggers him the revive while IHC gets some support, and this is where they finally commit in. As Godless from elsewhere takes down Noki, Body will get that revive on Roshan, but I don't think it's going to be effective enough because IHC seem to have got this situation in the bag.
Yeah, I think so. They already have an upper advantage, taking down another player, and that follow-up molly was just perfect from Alex, and he's certainly a Grenadier. Roshan is still fighting for his life. He's still surviving, taking some amount of damage from the blue, but it will not affect him that much because I am sure he has some good amount of health utilities too. But Roshan spots out Zayol, tried his best to to shut him down, but won't get allowed there. But Alex was trying to act a little bit cheeky, got punished. Roshan needs to step up, switch to a different gun. Didn't work out for him, and now he falls to his demise. But before going down, he took his revenge, taking down Alex. So it's not the best trade, but I can say it's a decent trade. You lost 3, you got 1. At least you're not gonna end this show empty-handed. But Fixes, it was good. It was a good fight for Team IHC.
I mean, to be honest, I think I really loved how IHC approached this fight. But then again, there are those moments where it kind of gets out of your hands sometimes, where you kind of just get a little pushy, you just go charging in, and there's somebody just holding that corners with the third-person perspective. Quite annoying for an FPP player like me. But yeah, it is what it is. These players have to be prepared for that. I mean, how do you counter that? You need to have the perfect trade. I mean, considering how the meta has been, you would want to keep those DBSs on you. And that sort of increases your chances. But yes, for IHC, I think their stars have also been quite dull, to be honest, where the way they have been performing. I think this is one of those teams from Mongolia that hasn't really lived up to their to our expectations. As Godless just hovering around with the buggy, just hoping to bait maybe Vaz out of his hiding. As Demo constantly just on the lookout for finding one of those players, but hasn't really succeeded. Now, IHC realized that there's no point, just trying to beat around the bush. It's better that they tuck their tails and get the hell away from there as Vaz decides to finally let go But Demo, is he turning back? No, he isn't.
As just mentioned, so better just put your tail away and just run for your life. Tobosaurus on the other side again. They are trying to hunt down the players of Aegon I8 and they are successful in that. Seventh element instantly annihilated the player of Aegon I8. Aegon I8 did the same thing yesterday in the second map, and that was Miramar, but seventh element, they are here for revenge and they got it. I am happy for them, but yeah, Fixes, do you think it's necessary targeting a team and just hunting them for their lives?
I mean, why not? I'd love to do that. Especially when you're from Pakistan and, you're going to take down the best team in Pakistan and could, sort of catch your stakes in for being the best. Because for 7th Element, I think they've been having quite a Cinderella story. To be honest, Shivansh, considering it's their first PMPL, they came in, they qualified for the SSC, they went through the league stages, they performed pretty decent over there, made it to the grand finals. So yes, I think they would want to keep this going on, and especially when you are going up against Aegon I8. And for Aegon I8, I think that kind of confidence is missing, right? We've seen Aegon I8 is one of those teams that tends to dominate a lot in the Pakistani lobbies, but something happens when they come into the South Asian lobbies, when they're going up against the Nepalis, the Mongolians, the Bangladeshi. I kind of feel they kind of lose their edge. Maybe it's time to up the game, right? It's just not that Pakistan is one of the relatively newer competitors in the PUBG Mobile scene, right? They have been there from day one, and it's time. The Nepalis have done that, and so can the Pakistanis. But for now, getting back, a fight between the two Nepali teams, and two of the best Nepali teams so far. It's T2K taking on Highvoltage DC.
Two important, as you just mentioned, two Goliaths. They fight against each other, but I think so. They just maintain some amount of distance, which allow their opponents to just be a little bit safe. And look at the rotation from the side of the players of 7th Element. When they heard that one team is approaching towards them, they left the premises and now they're moving towards the second halt location. If we talk about this team, they had a decent day yesterday, and also I like the rotation from IA too because they are not exactly in the circle, but they are pretty close to the center of the circle, by the way. So it's a good decision, and you're controlling a good height advantage situation, which help you a lot. But IHC, Godless, that's not a good decision. That's not at all. T2K punishes them, and now they lost their one of their most important player. T2K Sandesh just gonna enjoy another frag for his team.
I don't know if that was really the wisest of the idea of sending Godless to be one of the scouts, because you want your firepower to come in later, right? You want to send somebody else, maybe over here like Demo, because Zyol, let's be honest, he's in. I think right now he's currently the best player of IHC, the way he's been performing. So had Demo gone in, been the sacrificial lamb, given them that crucial information, or maybe it was just Godless trying to secure a flank angle, because this is something that Godless did even in the previous fight against likes of Regicide. But Jane, having spotted Praveen out, will be peppering him down with bullets. Just one more remaining, and he lives to fight another day.
What an escape! But for how long he can survive? I think so. Yeah, he can just heal himself up. He can just patch himself up, and then he can just continue his journey. But I can't say no way. Praveen falls down, and Highvoltage. We had a conversation about them in the start of this broadcast, and now this is the first team from the Nepal region to take an exit from the lobby. The second, by the way, overall takes an exit, and they haven't secured anything. 0 total elimination points, but Demo, he has a really good vision onto the players of T2K, and they might punish the players of T2K too, but it's a 2v4 affair. If they'll get any upper hand in this fight, they might enjoy it. But I think so. Prioritizing circle would be their first, would be the first thing you should focus on.
Yeah, considering I think this kind of heading out to be in flatland circle, like I did. I think we did touch upon it. In fact, Regicide, they also bite the dust. So Yeah, I think this is one of those trickier circles to really approach. Now you have to ensure you've got a lot of vehicles to build those covers. You need to hide behind those haystacks and the hay
Why?
bales, and you need to find those perfect ridges. But you're all getting caught midway as T2K, they just destroy his vehicle, and Demo trying whatever he can to provide that cover fire from the backline. Sandesh has taken a heavy chunk of the damage, but T2K know they've got the players of IHC cornered, at least y'all with nowhere to run and hide, and now he's starting to deplete, and Jane, there you go, finds that perfect angle and takes the shot as Demo clearly now out of option. But how does he run from around here? Seems like T2K, they're on the prowl, they're on the chase, they want to do Demo some good, they want to just take him down, punish him for all the atrocities that IHC had done in the past, and will not let him go. But for now, ND Esports seem to be in a really good spot, but Magnus seem to be in a little bit of a situation as MABETEX decide to infiltrate the position they're holding.
MABETEX needs to be careful because they already lost one of their main man, and now it's a 4v3 affair. And also, they are not that close to the circle if we compare it with Magnus. So if MABETEX just gave him another opportunity, they might just grab it. And look at that, Tops just got a vehicle elimination, and it was onto the players of Team I8. And what were they were doing? Two of their man just dropped down by a vehicle. What? Is it also secures one? No way.
Oh.
3 eliminations by a vehicle? Okay. That's cool.
That's ludicrous. But for now, of course, MABETEX, they're going to try and take their chances with Baron and Cassie trying to close in on the distance. They're not just passing through the smoke. In fact, Leon, oh my god, that was a nice knock coming out with the DBS as Cassie finally draws open, takes down Droll in the process as Faster. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place as Quantum Rage out of nowhere. They just come charging in and take the spoils of the war. This is unbelievable of what Quantum Rage are trying to pull off over here, Shivansh.
Stalwart Esports did this right like just 3 minutes later, like ago, by the way, and Conference did the same thing. No way. Are they playing Fast and Furious here? I'm not sure what they are doing, but this is something unusual. But again, this is the South Asian Championship. You have to do some unorthodox stuff to just rise up and also just punish your opponents down. But look at the players of 4 Medical Vibes. They are just thrown down in an open area. I don't think so that's a good decision, but for now, the circumstances forced them to do this.
Yeah, considering how the circle has been really forming out over here, Phoenix, I think, you know, for Medical Vibes or maybe Stalwart, they still stand a good chance, right? Seventh Element, they've got one of those really beautiful places to hold. I think, you know, if I'm not wrong, Shivansh, they were holding this exact same spot even yesterday also, till the point.
Exactly.
I think they kind of engaged into a fight against Leo Esports where they absolutely threw their chances out of the window. I think that was a huge blunder they committed yesterday. But today, thankfully, it hasn't been contested yet. One thing I've liked is that TUF are doing pretty decent. They're right at the epicenter of the circle. I just hope they have some good covers to work with.
They have an opportunity, they just need to grab it. And NB Esports, Bondu, that was a good spray with not perfect. Could have secured the 2 picks, but no. Leo Esports, both of them got an opportunity to just heal themselves up and just move forward. And again, just because of this move, they revealed their position, and Liquid also spots out in an open area. Mondo, my man, just missing every single bullet. I know it's a difficult thing to just transfer the spray or just perfectly mark your opponents, but his teammate did the job. They knocks out a player of Leo Gangsters.
Oh yeah, he certainly did. And you know, for now, this is one of those fights that we were all waiting for. Doc breaks open, gets down action in the process. Of course, Stalwart need to retaliate back, but now trouble in paradise for Medical Vibes and Stalwart as Illuminate crew come knocking their way as IC spots out Doc's intervention, trying to move with that vehicle. I'm pretty sure Apex's position is still hidden, but Apex has different troubles to deal with. He has to deal with the players of Illuminate crew as IC gets picked off in the process. top, trying to go in for that revive, but this is the time where for Miracle Vibe just kind of pincer them down as they're kind of floating around like piranhas in the ocean. There has to be a moment where they kind of break free as Nirzed, he's been spotted out, he's been dealt with. Stalwart, they are absolutely blown into smithereens. The grenades doing the stuff there. As for Miracle Vibes, now, they're getting into their groove. They kind of had a little late start, and this is something that for Miracle Vibes have been doing quite often. And I did say, Stalwart were having a good position, but considering the fact the way for Miracle Vibes broke out a fight against them, I think the moment that first knock came in, they stood no chance. As now Illuminate crew, they're also dealt with.
Yep, it's DRS who just showcased them that who the boss here. But on the other side, we can see Formical Vibes. They are also struggling against the team of DRS, the team who secured the final second winner yesterday, looking out for another today. And look at that, they have the circle just right in front of them. Two of the players of DRS also holding the edge of the safe zone, and two of them are inside. The Shack rule secures another knock. That's bad news for Formical Vibes because they're losing out those players again and again, and they have to invest in those revives and also in those health utilities, which might help them in the later stages of the game. NB Esports somehow managed to still, just made their way into this final circle. Rules needs to be careful because again, we know that he has a good amount of cover, but he needs to be careful because the way he's taking those fights, he's just being very, very ruthless.
I think I kind of like the stuff that DRS have come back with. I think this is pretty stable. This is just like rice and dal.
Oh no.
For them, they've been doing that every single day. And that has been working out up until yesterday where things weren't going their way. But today, we kind of have figured that DRS have found their, foot back into the game. They're looking much more comfortable. The trade game is on. And this is where they really thrive, right? The way they position themselves during the fights, that is where they excel at. And now, they're getting those third-party limbs to their name. They're kind of forcing out a few fights. They've already got 5 finishes. They've made it to the top 7. Now, this is the DRS that we are acquainted to watch during those pro tournaments. And seeing them, watching them get back into their old self, especially on day 2, I think kind of makes me happy now.
You're happy, maybe the fans are happy too, but we need them to just rise up from here because I know one of their lads just already got killed. You still have 3 man left, and NB Esports just trying to take control of some area that DRS lost. On the other side, we can see 7th Element, they're still here. Mondo just going a bit aggressive because they're trying to toss that grenade, and he was successful in that, but 7th Element tried to overcome it in this. They might win this fight, and yes, they actually will. Refuse. They thought he will refuse to die, but he actually got picked up by the players of 7th Element. The way 7th Element is playing is also good. Oh no, T2K Rig was the reason that why Leo Esports takes an edge, and they haven't secured anything. They're just relying on those placement points. Okay.
Yeah, I think for Medical Vibes might have counted their chickens pretty early, right? That was a pretty hasty move. They should have delayed a little bit because they were kind of aware of somebody being in those compounds, and despite that, they just kind of went into the open grounds. And 7th Element, Shad, he's not gonna make any mistakes, just taking down the tabletoppers and putting a stop at their tyranny over here. But right now, 7th Element, I think, considering their standards, they're doing pretty well. 7 finishes already into the game and a decent position. A few covers, of course. The teams are aware of their positioning. If the circle sort of goes away from them, it's going to be difficult for them to try and come in. But if I have to pick up a winner, if I have to make a choice, I think DRS can potentially do it. Or maybe it could just be the players of T2K. Anybody from the two needs to get this chicken dinner.
Yep, they have an advantage, and they also have a good amount of area control too. But they just need to be careful. A slight bit of overcommitment might just punish them. And Suyog, look at that. That's what I was talking about. He got pinned down by the players of the Pakistan region, and now they are suffering it. But Jane lobbing out those grenades again and again, just putting a lot of pressure onto the players of NB Esports. S2SO4 with the best grenade knocks out a player of 7th Element, and now they are also on the receiving edge. They need to be careful. They might take an exit from this lobby. NB Esports losing out those players like autumn leaves.
Uh, Jay, you need to watch out. Your Nepali brothers are taking shots at you. And TUF, I think this is nice stuff. From their side, they decide that they need to keep their black lines clear. And that is exactly what they do. They decide, they initially managed to get a knock. And then they come in for the extermination, hit the final nail in the coffin. And seventh element seems to have been dealt with. As M7 almost was on the peril of getting knocked out, but seems like no damage done, as M7 is currently out of harm's way. But T2K, I love how they're taking control over the entire circle, right? Slowly you can see Sandesh having that flank secured. Rig also from the backlines in case somebody pushes on towards their frontline players. He's there to provide the support fire. And now for a team like T2K, I think the biggest threat should be from DRS. Once they deal with them, I think this should be their chicken dinner, pretty much.
Yep, I think they already have secured the chicken, and they just need to get some more elimination points. Just give them to DRS. Doesn't matter, because they already have a good amount of kills and also good amount of map control too. And look at the position of Sandesh, I just mentioned, covering that flank angle, and also they spots out the players of Team TUF. And to be specific, it was M7. They need to be careful of that one guy too. Joker on the other side, just using those painkillers to just boost himself up and also heal himself up, because this final circle is going to be deadly. The blue zone damage is going to be ridiculous. DRS on the other side, I think so. This might be the end because Reg knows where Gante is.
Oh, he certainly does. And as a result, has lobbed the grenade over. Does it make its mark? Indeed. And Kobe, you must surely be proud as rules. Alright, this was a wild spray, just hoping that it would connect. And I've been pretty impressed with this particular lad, Rig. Yesterday also, we saw him single-handedly dealing with the players of DRS. And I think he's sort of their wolf's bane, right? Every single time Rig comes against DRS, he does have a trick up his sleeve as Joker. Look at him slithering his way behind Rules. And this is where, if Rules is not aware of such an intervention, I think he might go crashing down. But the circle is starting to shrink, and Joker slowly but surely stinching on that distance as M7 is hiding behind a little bit of cover. He knows, he's got an archer's task, quite impossible, a lot of them would call it. But if this lad and Joker does have some experience, right? Has been one of the veterans of the scene. We've seen him on the bigger stages. He has performed when it was needed. If he can replicate something similar, I think Pakistan might find a new hero.
Maybe that is a possibility, but they need to be careful. They have to be silent to fixes T2K Jane. The whole team, they have total 12 frags, which means 22 points. The possibility to collect total 22 points for now if they get the chicken, and I think it might increase the point too. But Joker, that grenade was almost perfect. He knows where the player is. He just stands up and tried to pepper down a lot of bullets, but he instead soaked a lot of damage, and now he also falls down. This might be the end for TUF. M7 needs to be careful. So are the final player of DRS, and hey, Rules goes down. So as M7 and T2K enjoy the first second of this day.
Not much deserved. I think the way they've been playing, the way how disciplined they were in their approach, did not really overstep in even a single occasion. Rig has been playing pretty impressive. I think it's all aligning for them as they kind of set themselves at the third spot in the overall ranking. And look at that. This is a chicken dinner with 15 eliminations to their name. Of course, a fantastic one. What a way to start this day off. But right now, folks, what we're going to do is take a short little break because we're going to talk about this game a lot more after that. All right, what a starter has it been, especially for the Nepali boys. T2K, I mean, it was long awaited, right? Their fans were starting to wonder where have they vanished. And yesterday, for the first day of SSC, I think they were pretty impressive considering how their recent run of form has been. Today, I think they were quite clinical, quite disciplined, and it sort of paid off. What do you think about that, Shivansh?
To be honest, yeah, the discipline helped them a lot, fixes. But I think that's, in my personal opinion, strength does not come from physical capacity. It just comes from the indomitable will. And T2K knew it that
Oh,
this is gonna be their day, and they will shine bright. That they will take everyone down just because of the early stage rotation and also acquiring a good area and good chunk of the map, and also not overcommitting, because sometimes we saw that IHC just gave them some few kills, and when IHC were trying to just act smart, T2K were very disciplined in that fight, and that synergistic play was just perfect. And from that very moment, I knew it, they're just gonna secure a second hit.
yeah, I mean, considering how random these circles are, especially when it kind of comes down to flatlands, right? I had pretty much called it. It's either going to be DRS, or else it's going to be T2K, right? Surely was one amongst the two. And the reason why I spoke that was, had the circle made a shift a little bit towards the eastern side, Shivansh, this would have definitely been DRS's game. No doubts on that.
Agreed.
But considering it kind of favored T2K over there, it bent into their will, and T2K kind of just stamped over it, right? And they kind of established the dominion, and a lot of fights did occur. But Rick, my boy, he is absolutely nailing it. I don't know what he's cooking, but surely 6 eliminations to his name, 1100 points of damage. Yesterday's just solo wiped DRS for fun. This time also did engulf them in getting that final chicken dinner. He's been pretty amazing, don't you think?
Yep, 6 knock, 6 elimination, perfect knock to elimination conversion, and 1102 damage. That's a huge number if you're going to talk about. And also, follow up with Jane. He also dished out 900 damage with total 5 eliminations. These two guys, which just became a war machine in the previous map. But I think so, why DRS end up in the top 3, there's also a reason, because they forced a fight against the players of NB Esports. Because NB Esports got tunnel vision against the players of DRS. And when they got punished by the players of T2K, they got banished, because in that situation they got sandwiched between these two teams. And just after that very moment, T2K were very comfortable, because from that very angle they secure their sidelines.
To be honest, I think DRS were clearly out of options. What they did, I mean, I'd have even asked my teammates to do that. You need to keep your backlines clear. I think that is something that TUF even did. But taking a quick look at the match summary, it's going to be the players of T2K just taking along and taking over. And 15 eliminations for this entire squad. They've played the best PUBG Mobile there, and quite deservedly they are over here. But talking about this particular game, we did witness some early fights. We did see Aegonite getting wiped out of the server by the players of 7th Element, who, in my opinion, were quite impressive in this match as well.
Yep. That is important, because if your previous day wasn't that good, you need to step up on the second, and they actually did. But teams like Gone I8, Highvoltage, Leo, Regicide, especially, and MABETEX, we saw yesterday they had a really, really good day, but now they just only secure 1 point, and we can say the similar thing for Stalwart Esports. I don't like the rotation style of Stalwart Esports in this map.
I mean, Stalwart, what happened to them was just unlucky, right? It was they had to deal with medical vibes, and the moment I think action sort of got knocked out when your tip of the spear is already broken, what would the others do? And I think for a moment I kind of really liked how IHC started off their game, but did not quite fancy what they did towards the end. You gotta feel for MABETEX, I mean, the boys had everything planned. What they did not anticipate was Quantum Rage would just stomp over them for fun and would go on a road rampage, right? But regardless, towards the end, I guess it's kind of a nice fresh breath of fresh air to see some new teams coming up. T2K managing to get the chicken dinner, now are on the 3rd spot, and then you've got TUF making their way into the first page of the table. So That's nice. Also, DRS
Mhm.
Gaming, I think they're doing what they have known, and they've just honed their craft, and now
Yeah.
they're kind of playing that consistent game for which they're quite famous. But as we venture into the second page now, that is where there are certain teams that well, you can't digest where the position that they're in right now. I think we have to begin with IHC, Shivansh.
Maybe. It's might be in the ninth position or maybe around 10th. But I am happy that Team TUF stepped up at the very right moment, because I'm happy that a team from the Pakistan region is showcasing something, and also a presence in the first page of the overall ranking. But Eliminate Kidu still not leaving the ninth and the 10th department. Confidence also falls down from the ninth position. IHC maintaining that 13th position, which is quite a surprise, with 7th eliminated, 2 position jump just because of this game. They secured good amount of points from this. And yeah, if you know what, Fixus, if 7th element just going to play like this, because in this game they secure total 8 eliminations,
Right.
so this might help them a lot to just improve those points and also just move up in the overall ranking. But don't you think that those early fights might backfire?
I think they should just go for it if they're starting to feel themselves, and that is how I guess the Pakistani teams are naturally they are in their own habitat, right? You can kind of you do know, right? Pakistan region is quite aggressive, and
Yeah.
if you kind of play the game on your own terms, I think that's where you have better chances of winning. But what was quite bizarre in that second half of the table was IHC. They've already played 7 games, and boy oh boy, they just have 3 position points, which is ludicrous,
Yeah.
to be honest. I mean, they've been heavily relying on those limbs, but I think they need to adopt the Fomerical Vibes way, because Fomerical Vibes sitting at 93 points, 30 points separating from the second spot. They look nigh unstoppable over here. But as we march into the second game of day number 2, it is going to be Miramar overall match number 8. And Shivansh, I think I'm really thankful to the production that they have not kept that really crappy predictions, which we kind of did not want to do, because eventually we ended up jinxing the teams.
Yeah.
So, but still, if you just have to, make a prediction, or if you want to be a little choosy of who do you want to win in this game.
Can I just select the region? That'll be like more safe. Can I just go for the safe play?
No.
Fixus?
No, that's not gonna. I mean, you don't have to make a prediction. You're not gonna get
Okay,
anything for winning. But of course, you could,
Okay,
bring in your personal bias over here. You could just support some of your teams. Maybe somebody who's struggling, and you just want to see them win back into their good old days.
I think so. The team like Quantum Rage and also High Voltage, because these are the teams which always get better after they had a bad game. They always work on their mistakes, and they tend to fire back very heavily onto those opponents. So I'll go with Quantum Rage and High Voltage to perform good on the second map, and that's going to be Miramar. And also they're very comfortable on Miramar. We have seen them not dodging any fight. They're just going all in. If they feel it, they just go for it.
Okay, all right. So Shivansh has gone in for Quantum Rage, a team with a lot of potential, and for Highvoltage DC, a team that has been pretty much playing very well but did not have the best of starts. So I think questions on consistency over here. But for you viewers, you let us know, who do you want to win this Miramar game, and why? Because honestly, we've got a lot of experts coming on
Yeah.
the chat. Everybody's just keyboarding their way, why they think their team deserves this win. Let us know, who do you support, and why, of course. But for me personally,
Yep,
I
what
really
about
want
you?
IHC to win this, man, because seeing them right from the nimble stages, watching them kind of claim the highest accolades, and seeing this massive fall, especially when they've got such a stacked roster. I mean, you
Yeah.
can't just say that Alex and Demo are not good players, right? They've also delivered. But what's going on? I think they're having quite lousy IGLing, because that sort of position points for IHC is really not acceptable by my standards. I'm pretty sure they're doing quite decent when it comes down to getting into fights, indulging themselves, where they kind of really have that potential to control the situation. But apart from that, Shivansh, I think they've been missing out. Again with IHC, I would like to see Aegon I8 getting a chicken, because this is again one of those teams. I mean, aren't they the saviors of Pakistan, PUBG Mobile? Pretty much whenever it comes about PUBG Mobile Pakistan, Aegon I8, they have been quite synonymous. But the style of play hasn't been. I think lately there have been a lot of buzz around a lot of things going astray around their roster. We're not going to talk about that, but seems like that is impacting their way of play.
Certainly is, and they still need to find their main ground and the core play style, because if you're struggling here, you won't get a good amount of chances in future, because this is a 4-day affair and we are in the second day, right? After these games, we will complete 50% of this championship. So you have to be with your A game today. And if we talk about the plane trajectory, it starts from the northern side of Impala and heading towards the northwestern side of Valadimar. Yesterday we saw a decent type of plane path, almost a similar type of plane path, but it started from the western side. This time it started from the eastern side. But I have one more thing to talk about, and that is the zone shift. The first zone, yesterday when I was casting the second game, I saw a circle in which power grid was a really important area to hold on, and it just moved towards the top side of water treatment. So if the team's gonna play around these area and the circle forms just right on top of them, so they'll be very happy. They might enjoy their vacation if none of the teams just try to force them for a fight. But for now, the teams are moving forward. They are just trying to drop near their drop location. Not exactly trying, they're just having a good time. And the circle is again a northern circle, but this time it's favoring the eastern side of the map. IHC, as his fixers mentioned, he need a good game from them. And this might be the one game in which IHC could shine, because look at the circle. First of all, the circle is favoring them. They are in Al Hazar. None of the team is trying to just poke them or go for an early fight. So they are having a good time from the early start. I am sure about that. But they need to focus on those rotations. They have to be careful of those mid-game shenanigans with other teams try to do.
Oh, of course. I mean, considering how the circle has really, formed, it's been quite a while since I got to witness Eastern Zone, right? Majorly, we've seen a lot of Miramar circles happening around that southern areas, but for now, I think IHC this could and should be their game to win, right? And at this point, DRS just charging in at seventh element, and well. I mean, Ashad already getting the better out of one player. Delta does manage to take the trade, but Divine comes in due time. And this is a huge blunder by DRS. I cannot seem to process the reason why they kind of decided to go in there. Were they unaware of 7th element? Of course, I mean, this has been the go-to drop location for DRS. It has been challenged. It's fine, but that was pretty much just a gift of 2 points, and now the other two players of DRS, they're under dire circumstances.
And they also got a buggy. And also some loot too. But yeah, to be honest, one thing is sure, that 7th element, they are very good in those early stages fight. It depends that what type of weapon they have, what type of loadout they have, but they just need to be a bit careful when they are any team just need to be a bit careful when they are going against a team like 7th element, because they're just ruthless. It doesn't matter, they sometimes they have a nothing to lose mindset, and just because of that one particular mindset, I think so they're just popping off very perfectly. For now, you can't say the same thing for DRS. DRS lost 2 of their players, and very important players, Kyante and Delta. They are out of the lobby. Now it all comes down to Killer Whitey and Rules. This was the same situation for Aegon I8 in the previous game, and they got punished by the players of 7th element. I don't think so that 7th element just going to do the same against Team DRS, because they respect them a lot, and they knows that if they're going to do something like this, they might get punished. The plan might backfire. So they're just heading towards their hot location, and they are just moving in a group, in a pack. For now, fixes. If we talk about IHC, right? They have a good drop location. They are enjoying their stay in Al Hazar. But what do you think? Like, on which side do they move after they are done with their looting, or should they move, or they just should follow the zone rotation?
I really honestly feel that IHC should just go after Team Magnus over here because fairly, to be honest, Magnus haven't been performing really well. I wasn't pretty impressed with how they played during the league stages. I kind of haven't seen much out of them even in the grand final. So I'd see for them, Magnus should be an easy target. They should take over the hills because from watching a circle like this, there have been very rare occurrences that kind of goes towards Azahar, right? And having a high ground in Miramar kind of pays you off in dividends. So right now for IHC, what they need to do is just find out where finishers Ibyan Rollin are, and one after the other, just take them down. Because I'm pretty sure at a point, sooner or later, even T2K might want to be a part of this. And slowly but surely, as you can see, even on the map feed, Magnus, they're kind of getting sandwiched. I'm starting to wonder if they have any idea of that.
If they don't, they might get punished. They need to be careful. And I think so. I think so. They should be aware of that too, because uh, they had a good outing, not a good exactly, but a decent outing in the league stage, and they are aware of the play style of other teams. So should be aware that which type of rotations and what type of rotation other teams can do. So let's see how this map is going to pan out for them. And I'm still looking out for the team I eliminate, and also team high voltage, because I've already made my choice when you asked me a question that what do you think which team will win this game. For now, Quantum Rage also. Quantum Rage, they are having a good time. They are near the Cruise the Valley area, and they have decent amount of vehicles. And I just saw that they also have good amount of loot. So I think so they are ready for any fight, but they need to be careful of that zone, because we all know these Miramar northern zones are really weird.
Oh, I think that has been the case pretty much, because whenever we see that northern zone forming, I think kind of you're hoping water treatment or some other areas
Yeah.
around that. But I think it's gonna be a different one. I mean, of course, I'd love to see the zone go towards Crew de Valle, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. Now, Quantum Rage again. This has been one of those teams who's kind of got that switch, right? Sometimes they turn it on, and you see that the third partying that engaging in fights really well.
Hmm.
I mean, there has been days where I can say that once they had IQ, Quantum Rage felt like a complete team. Ever since IQ went into Aegon I8, things
Hmm.
haven't really been the same for this squad, right? I mean, because IQ, he was such a wonderful support player. When Aegon I8 were going through a very tumultuous situation where Crypto parted ways with them, and he went to a different region to play. I think he came in, and I can be honest that I think IQ filled Crypto's shoes pretty well. If not to Crypto's extent, but I think for a young rookie who's been called out a prodigy, I think he did justice to himself. But then again, when you look at Quantum Rage right now, Shivansh, they kind of,
Hmm.
I kind of feel that they missed a little bit of panache, that little edge that's needed to be
Hmm.
one of the best in South Asia. I think they need to dig a little deeper, and it's not just about, it's not just about Quantum Rage. I think the same goes for every Pakistani teams, because when it comes down to ASA Championship, I mean, for God's sake, Pakistan has their own PMPL, but we're not
Yeah.
seeing them, step their foot on a firm ground. We're not seeing the results that we feel they should deliver.
They are missing out. They are missing out the opportunity, and that's not good for them. But I hope some teams will just understand the positioning and also the circumstances and just improve. Expectation from DUF are very huge and also similar with Quantum Rage, but Four Maker Vibes not just gonna allow these opponents to just move away, but they need to be careful because there's still a player around them. He's the Houdini in between the players of Medical Vibes, hiding inside those sands. But he will survive. Yeah, Four Maker Vibes wasn't aware that there's a player in M7 was very silent, so he will just live another day. That's a good sign. for the team TUF, because now they can just move with a pack. Now they can just work like a pack too, because every single one of them are still alive. But this map is slow. Other than the DRS2 picks, we haven't seen anything yet. Shots been fired by Refuse. Trying, but none connect.
Yeah, I think this is one of those circles, I guess, we anticipated. And I'm kind of wondering sometimes, I should be gloating about it or not. My predictions are coming true, aren't they? Like, I mean, of course, we kind of did talk about IHC should be taking over spot that Magnus are holding, those hilly areas. And yeah, exactly, that's where we are headed. And we've seen this, years of casting this game kind of gives you that hunch that, yeah, the circle might go down there, and it actually does. So I think for every talent, it's kind of a moment of pride, to be honest, low-key. But yeah, talking about this game right now, Magnus, I think they seem to have rendezvoused, and they're at the epicenter of this zone. Now, this is where I feel that they should have taken a little more control, a little more ground. But staying clustered together, yeah, it has its own benefits. But Aegon I8, I kind of like their spread. They're kind of on the eastern side. They've got nobody on their backs, at least for now. And they've got some nice hilly control. Now, let's say the circle takes a curveball towards the eastern side. And this is pretty much Aegon I8's game. I don't see a world where they throw this one out. But slowly and surely, Quantum Rage, they're closing in. Now, if Aegon I8 aren't watching over their northeastern side, they might be in a little world of trouble, as IHC, having spotted out the players of Leo Esports, seems like IHC might just be having too much on their plates. Look at this rally over here by NB Esports.
Wow, they're just trying to rotate in a heroic style, but I didn't think so that the players of IHC will allow that. And yes, Godless the one who secured that pick. The Esports already lost one of their man, and they are still trying to run away. But look at that, as just mentioned about the positioning of Aegon I8, one more team can try to just pinch them, and that's going to be the team which is still on the top, and that's going to be 4 Medical Vibes. They can just pinch them from the southern side, and Quantum Rage can go for the pinch too from the northern side. So now the team Aegon I8, they have to be careful, and they need a good amount of support when they are taking those fights. But NB Esports, they escaped from the wrath of Team IHC, but they end up against Team DRS. And we all know DRS is the scariest team when they suffer, and whenever they don't have a good amount of lead. And now they are scary. Look at that, they already secured one pick. And what was that action? Lost his life against the players of Leo. He gave it? Oh, that's a free pick, by the way.
Yeah, they just came, they took him down, they sweep the floor, and Stalwart, they find themselves in a lot of hurt and pain right now, in their agony. T2K wanting to just add insult to their injury over there. I mean, at this point, again, a quite shabby performance, I must say, from Stalwart's side. Losing out on action, he has to work on his positioning, as this time, Stalwart escaping from one area, landing in their own graves. Seems like could be the case, as Nirzed, he's also been spotted out, and Godless usually does not miss his mark with those grenades, and being tossed over. Nirzed almost survived with a sliver of HP, but just like that, Phoenix, Stalwart are the first team to get eliminated.
That's the worst dream. I think so. They are living in a nightmare. In the previous map, they end up in the 10th position with only one finish point, and now they're the first team. Wow, things change. So as the rotation of other teams too. Highvoltage. Now they got punished by the players of 7th Element, and 7th Element, it seems like they're going for the circle and also closing in the distance against the players of Highvoltage. Dude, I love this team now, Fixers. I like their playstyle. Just ruthless and reckless.
I mean, they're the ones causing all the chaos, aren't they? And we love that. We love that for to happen. Somebody to kind of go out of their comfort zone. As now Prabeen, he's under a lot of bullets as they're being rained shard upon him. As T24 OP finds a knock. Oh, Viper He shows his head, and what on earth was a shark doing over there? Lying on the ground under the sun, basking in the heat. But eventually, I think Tokusaurus needs to figure out a way to kind of get that knock on Woofus so that Divine can trigger that revive on Ashad.
High voltage on the other side got pinched and got sandwiched between the players of I8 and also 7th element. Apologies for that. Eliminate crew enjoys those 2 frags and now they're just moving forward. This is a really, really good fight for them. This certainly was, but now they need to focus on the circle because they are almost 300 meters far away from that. T2K from the other side trying to pinch and also punish the players of 7th element. They are here to enjoy the party, but Sandesh, you don't have a good amount of backup, you should fall back on this side. You can see for a different area, IHC is also taking the fight against the players of POV too. Every single one of them, they're just fighting outside the safe zone. I don't think so that's a good idea, but if it's working out for you, just go for it.
Yeah, if it ain't broken, no need to fix it. But Sandesh, that's a message of death, perhaps, as he connects it. Opens it up again. 7th element as Tokusaurus falls into his demise. To the mercy of the players of T2K. Right now, Ashad, he's stuck in a really, really bad spot with the players of Illuminate crew. Barely surviving with a tinker of HP. Eventually, Viper just puts him out of his misery over there. I mean, Ashad, we've seen him get caught in those really rough spots. As now, DUF decide to knock in on I8's doors. Where Illuminate crew Nova. He's got that little smoke guarding him, protecting him. But that one grenade from Thor did some massive amount of damage. Surely does have Woofus to kind of provide the support. But look at H2SO4 over there. He's trying to build that flank. And if he can succeed in his endeavors, Illuminate crew, they might be in a whole world of trouble.
Yeah. If Illuminate crew try to charge onto the players of TUF, M7 can also provide a good amount of cover because he has that high ground advantage. Although he is a bit far away from Thor and also from away the back, but he can still put up a good fight. Viper, Nova, Woofies, every single one of them are sticking together. And I think so Woofy just try to pull out, at least go for an individual fight, force the players for an individual fight. Sky! That was the beautiful run over. A beautiful way to start the fight and also distraction in which TUF just fell down and now they are facing the brunt. Lost 2 players and they stuck in a handicap situation, Fixes.
Oh, surely they are. But I loved what Illuminate crew did over there. I mean, they were like, just chuck it. You know, we're just going in, driving over the players, running them down. You know, these were the moments that I was pretty much missing. It was a rather slow start, but isn't slow anymore, is it? As now T2K, Illuminate crew. T2K, of course, in a better position, have that high ground advantage where Illuminate crew can capitalize the moment T2K decide to go into the push. But seems like Hope is already being dealt with. Sky, he's one of the final players surviving as T2K seem to be wiping the floor against the Illuminate crew.
This is looking good for Illuminate crew, but if Sky goes down, Noah is going to be the final man. He needs to be careful, should be aware of the surroundings. He's going all in. Jane just gave every single point. In fact, he just helped his teammate cave his opponent position. But T2K, every single time, whenever they are in a struggle, they always get pinched or got sandwiched or get third party by a team. But Rick, that was a beautiful spray. He just survived on that 1% of his HP. Healed himself up back to 75. Needs to be careful because Wally and 7K just charging onto him. A barrage of grenades also falling up. Rick trying his best with the M416 with the red dot, but he falls apart. No way. Before this one fight Fixes, they have been having a good story, but it came to an end.
You know, I'm loving this play, Rig. I kind of, feel that he's in the zone. He's in the mood. But surely MABETEX had other thoughts in their mind, dealt with him. But right now, as the circle is dictating, I think we kind of see a lot of cluster around the southern side. We've got for medical vibes just beside DUF, MABETEX, T2K, of course, they've been done with. So, Agonite, they're holding on to a decent compound. DRS, in the meanwhile, considering they just survived by 2 players, they're doing pretty decent. Have a good spot inside the circle and also do have a compound to defend. But for now, Magnus, I think they're going after multiple squads over here. Switches to Scarel and Liquid gets the final blow delivered right on his face as Leo Esports, they're eliminated out of this game.
Yeah. They are not in a good position at all, but Finisher needs to be careful because he needs to patch himself up as soon as possible. Otherwise, he might get taken down by the players of IFC, and it certainly happened. Demo spots him out and instantly finishes him off, rips his head apart, and he is just gonna regroup with his teammate now. IHC with total 6 elimination. Fixers wanted them to rise, and they are just showcasing that. And I am sure Fixers, they are just going to create a lot of havoc in this map because this is just a start for IHC.
Whoa, look at that. East for Medical Vibes. A really important game. And so far, they've been kind of a little bit silent. Just 5 finishes to their name, which is quite acceptable. I mean, the way they have been playing lately. And the best part about for Medical Vibes these days is they're keeping majority of their players alive. Seems like East has nothing to worry about anymore as Refuse. He also deals with the players of 7th Element. So for Medical Vibes, pretty much clearing the sidelines, ensuring that there's nobody on their backlines as Apex. I mean, he's out on a mission. He's on a warpath. He's surrounded by NB Esports. He's got Aegon I8 right in front of him. I think a lot of information being collected for Medical Vibes. I'm pretty curious to see how they act on it.
Yeah. The best part is they also have a good amount of map control, but I am still amazed the way DR is playing. They're just being silent from a very long, and that's the same case for Aegon I8. But Doc got spotted out by Kese, and he might just finish him off instantly, but he has good amount of cover. Doc can survive. Doc can just live a bit long, and look at the circle shift fixes. 2 teams who have good amount of control of the compounds which are inside the circle. It's going to be DRS and Aegon I8, and they just got a little bit of an advantage by the PUBG gods.
Oh yeah, of course, they certainly did. And you know, this is the RNG of the game, right? And can't really help it. If it comes, if the gods bless you up, then you're lucky. Otherwise, you have to carve your way. There are certain teams kind of also fancy the second choice, but for now, NB Esports, they've already lost out on Akaza and Fistboy. Still have Sek, their star player, but he needs to show up. He needs to show up big time. And this is not the usual NB Esports we are watching them anymore. I think the pressure is just too much for them to handle because NB Esports so far into the game, yeah, positioning wise, they're doing pretty decent. But what happened to their elimination numbers as ISC decide to barge in on the doors of DRS rules? All right, that was just a smoke. It was all a ruse. But for now, rules and Killer, I think they really need to watch out, play on the crossfires as Godless trying to isolate one. I think that's the idea. You know, keep rules at bay as they go after Killer. Now, this could be a really genius move.
Might help them to, at least clear out the players of DRS Gaming, and Rules needs to be careful. He's hiding inside the container. Ziol on the other side got punished from a different angle, and that's going to be Quantum Rage just punishing the players of IHC just trying to play in an open area. Meanwhile, Magnus also trying to rotate against the players of IHC. Alex took down one, spots out another. Needs to be careful. Fall down solely. Very less HP. Goes for the reload. But why? Sipian punishes him and also forcing him to just fall back. What was that, IHC? You threw it away, and Quantum Rage stole the kill of Magnus. What is going on, Fixes?
This is literally mental over here. Quantum Rage just getting into their old shenanigans. They love to third party, don't they? I mean, as long as you're getting those elimination points, I'm not gonna complain as, well, Rules decide to just expose himself over there as Godless does have the Grodza. And he will just run through the squad of DRS. Now imagine had they had 2 more players over there, surely could have been in a fighting position. But now Quantum Rage decide the bells are tolling. This is the moment they need to, go in for the push. Goku trying to provide that quintessential cover fire as the 2 players, Quantum Rages, they've kind of tried to build up, try to push in Godless from different sides, just trying to pincer him down. And now this is where things get really interesting as Godless comes out of his cover. He's the one trying to aggress over there as the entire cavalry of Quantum Rage comes pushing in.
They are just dropping out those grenades, at least just, punish him, at least get a knock, and that's going to just help them to get an opportunity to push at the final player of IHC. Godless is still surviving. I am amazed the way he's playing, switching out his position again and again and confusing his opponents that where he is, hiding behind that little box. But every single one of them from Quantum Race, they are here. Meanwhile, MB Esports initiated fight against the players of 4MB and they are winning it. Halsey knocks out Demo. It all comes down to Godless. He needs to showcase a godly performance, but he will not. Quantum Rage eliminated IHC, who secured 9 eliminations. That was a good performance from their side.
Yeah, still some work needs to be done in terms of how they position themselves. They kind of are trying to just go rampant, right? Get all the elims in this game and get the job done. I think that's the mantra for IHC. Seems like the soup that they're trying to brew is not really working out. I think they need to focus that. I think maybe for Medical Vibes way is just the better one, as two players of MABETEX decide to close in on East, who seems to be all by his lonesome, and no problem for Kessie as Dog does not make it out in time, as he also gets dealt with, as MABETEX managed to eliminate the leaderboard toppers. For Medical Vibes, they've bite the dust at the 5th position, but with still a decent number of kills to their name.
Yesterday, saw that Fomaker Vibe stole a chicken dinner from Team MABETEX.
Yeah.
That this was the map. It was Miramar. MABETEX were like, you know what? This is gonna be our game, and we will shine with Quantum Rage. What these guys are doing, Senior with a literally good position, he secures a knock, but this will allow them to just move forward. They need to be careful of other team too. NB Esports, they are close, and also the MABETEX. But Goku is going for a heroic move. He might fall down, but Halsey with a beautiful amount of cover being provided to his teammate. Goku looking out for another opening. Twitch to the SWL fighting a lot of squad. Damage, he needs to be careful, and he was involved. He secures a pick, and now it all comes down to the final player of Quantum Rage. Halsey falls down. It's going to be Senior, who is very far away from his team.
This is some sublime stuff by Quantum Rage, but few mistakes being made. Tantanatan needs to go in for the push against Leone, but that does not work out as he gets dealt with, and MABETEX, by the skin of their teeth, they somehow survive with Senior, the last solo survivor, coming into their aid, as Leone still needs to seal the deal. Needs to deal with the final player, but seems like Sek has spotted him out in the open with nowhere to run and hide. Sek gets the job done as Quantum Rage, they survive, as Aegon I8, they were sitting silent, waiting and in deep slumber. Seems like they have awoken, as they have the man advantage. They have a good control over the circle. All they need to do is deal with the players of NB Esports and maybe the final player of Quantum Rage. I think still Quantum Rage would want to get their players back up. I think they've done a decent job at that, as Blade, it's quite surprising rather that he kind of is missing his praise these days.
Yeah.
I mean, he's one of the most accomplished aimers in the region, and this, by Blade standards, I think it's the pressure that's starting to creep in.
Yeah, exactly. The pressure just not showcases dominance, but Mondu secures a break, going for another, and that overcommitment might just forced him to lose out another player. But Sek, okay, it was quick, and I think so it was Mondu who denied that. He was like, you know what, just go all in. But after I thought that this would be a good idea to just punch onto the players of NB Esports, and they eliminated them. It's gonna be the final player from Quantum Rage, who just right behind Yusum. We didn't spot him out, but actually his teammate was there, gave them a good amount of support, and they gone I8 secures the chicken dinner fixes. What a turnaround! Yeah,
this was really expected. The moment they're taken over those eastern compounds pretty quickly after the second shift to the circle, and them, this was a very desperate move. I think they had been silent throughout the game. They finally just woke up in the end phases, and those 3 eliminations, but still much needed one for Aegon I8 nonetheless, and their path on making it to the first page of the table kind of is getting a little close with those 13 points secured and 420 points of damage to their name. That being said, folks, we're going to be heading for a short little break, because coming right after, we're going to talk a lot about this match. All right, finally, the Pakistanis are showing up, and a lot of questions were raised, but seems like they have made the comeback. Aegon I8, a beautiful chicken dinner for them. Not a lot of elimination though, but seems like they kind of have their nerves a little settled right now with this particular victory. But it was a well-fought one. But
Yeah.
Shivansh, what was your take from this game?
To be honest, they had a really slow start. They were just focusing on controlling of the circle, staying on the edge, and just staying away from the fight. Which was completely, I agree to that fact. Because again, as you just mentioned, it was a northern circle. It can just go anywhere with where it wanted, right? And also favoring that Al Azhar forced them to just stay away from IHC because we all know that's their home ground and they are really scary throughout this game. So they're just keeping away from the fight and they were focusing on the edge at the end of the game. And also, they had a really bad game in Erangel. So, to be honest, I think that failure is the condiment that gives success its flavor. And yeah, I thought that, you know what, this is our game to shine.
All right, all right. The condiments are being mixed, and seems like they're finding the recipe to success. Aegon I8. I mean, I'm quite impressed, with how the kind of, to be honest, they were quite tactical, pretty passive with their approach. But if you talk about the ruckus that had been created, of course, godless. And look at the damage numbers. Those three eliminations really do not speak. Because, hey, honestly, godless is majority of the kills were pretty much stolen by everyone in the server. It was a silent start. IHC, again, back in their old ways, they've been trying to do the same thing over and over again, try to engage in as much fights as possible. But sometimes it's just too much for them to bear because they kind of get bombarded from multiple directions, players isolated and picked off one after the other.
I think so that Quantum Rage Magnus movement just surprised them a lot because they were focused, they were just got tunnel vision against the players of DRS, and instantly Magnus pushed onto the players of Team IHC. In that we saw that Alex just fall down, and Alex just secured one knock. It wasn't enough because he was in a 1v2 situation, and from that very moment Quantum Rage was like, you know what, this is our finish, we're just going to secure these. And that's why Spark is here, secured 2 eliminations, but the amount of damage it dished out is humongous. Approximately 800, 788 to be specific.
Yeah, I think, ever since we had IQ leaving Quantum Rage, it sort of, it all sort of fell down to Tantanatan, Spark, Shoulders, and I think they're doing a pretty decent job. What Quantum Rage are really capitalizing on is on, trying to steal as many kills as possible, try to create that ruckus, and they kind of thrive amidst the chaos. And I think this sort of a recipe is, I guess, working out for them, to be honest. But right now, taking a look at the match summary, folks, we've got Alex with the highest eliminations. That's 4. Because I think you cannot just point out there was a single team that dominated. It was not Aegon I8 getting a chicken dinner with 15, 16 eliminations. It was, desperate cry, and I think it worked out because they held on to their dear life. They had that perfect compound. There was some sublime IGLing by Uzum, to be honest. But Quantum Rage, the way they played in this one, I think those 7 eliminations, those 13 points, they have actually managed to secure the first spot despite them coming second.
Just giving priority to those eliminations that by Quantum Rage here on the first position. Aegon I8, by the way, they also secured total 13 points. Just because of this, I think so they just they might just find themselves on the first page of the overall ranking. I'm talking about the Aegon I8 and Quantum Rage 2. And actually, they just had a good game. I am happy because success, like the way they were prepared and the amount of preparation they had done for this match showcased it pretty well. But you have another Miramar map, so you have to be careful for that too. But Stalwart Esports, another bad game, similar for Highvoltage, similar for Regicide. What these teams are doing?
I mean, especially for Stalwart, I was kind of surprised how easily they got picked off. And, it seems like today is the first day because ideally, if you look at the past, and you kind of know that Stalwart did really have a very rough start. And eventually they kind of pick on the pieces, and it kind of feels like purposed at some point, right? Quite scripted for Stalwarts, where they kind of have that tendency to give those, minor heart attacks, those hiccups, their fans getting worried, and then in those final days, hey guys, we got it. We got it. Some back-to-back really good
Yeah.
chicken dinners, and sometimes just Nerzed being the hero for his team, like he did last time, and that sort of all culminated together in Stalwart winning the SA finals, right? But coming into SA Championship, I wouldn't say that they're really out of the competition yet, but for Medical Vibes, at 101 points, almost 35 points of difference already, and this is where the other teams, they need to start getting a little concerned, right? They have to deal with for Medical Vibes early on in the start. Now what they've been
Yeah.
putting a stop at is been getting those early eliminations on for Medical Vibes, but you can still see the elimination numbers on for Medical Vibes is just too much, so they always have that contingency plan prepared for them.
Yeah, it's like it's very natural play style. Every single time, whenever Four Medical Vibes steps up in the game, they always secure a minimum amount of 6 to 8 finishes. Right, on an average, they secure 6 to 8 finishes. That's just good enough for them, and that's why they just keep on maintaining the amount of the points difference between them and the teams who are below them. So their plan is very solid, although it can be broken, right? Stalwart Esports can still do it. Despite of the fact they faced another quick elimination, they're still on the third position. But the difference between them and the players of Four Medical Vibes is almost of 40 points. So they just need to be quick, and they have to be very lethal too in terms of those elimination department. But if we talk about the next game, it's going to be Erangel, another home ground game in which any team can shine. However, I would love to see how 7 Element and I8 play styles is going to change, because this time 7 Element allowed them to move forward and they secured a chicken dinner. If they're going to allow them again, maybe I8 can secure another.
Yeah, I think so far from the Pakistani teams, what we've figured, so to be honest, is Seventh Element and Quantum Rage. They're showcasing similar styles of play, where they're just kind of
Yeah.
going in, causing mayhem throughout the lobby, and putting sweat down the players, right? DRS did not see Seventh Element coming from miles afar, and this could have been a good DRS game, right? And just before that, they were looking quite consistent. They had some decent positioning in Erangel, and suddenly it just kind of went all away from them. Just survived by two players right from the very start, and we would like to see somebody just throwing a spanner to the works of the other teams, and teams like Seventh Element and Quantum Rage being that, and especially Quantum Rage not only just getting a lot of stolen kills, also making sure they hit when the iron is hot and get that second
Yeah.
position over there. Sort of goes on to speak that Pakistani teams in Miramar did perform quite decently. I think the complaints that we had, they're working on it one step at a time. Now, this is where I think they should set their positive and reachable targets, where they could be wanting to be somewhere around the 5th or 6th spot. So one more chicken dinner, maybe for Aegon I8 or somebody else, maybe Quantum Rage or anybody else from Pakistan. I think they could be also in a good contention, as all these players are riled up. Before you head out, Shivansh, one last prediction. Who do you think is going to win this one?
I think so. It's going to be high voltage because it's enough for them. 2 games, and every single one of them, in both games they end up in the first or the second position. But I think so. High voltage might get a chicken dinner in this game.
Oh, for sure. And at this point, I guess, well, let's be honest, that it's Erangel, the second Erangel of the day, and for now, for Shivansh, he's going to be sitting out on this one, as our lovely Shadow, she comes in. And Shadow, you've been watching the matches from the shadows, and so far, what has your take been on them?
Well, thank you so much, Fixers. And yes, Pakistani teams looks like they have woken up from their slumber, because the way all the Pakistani teams are playing today, not just against I8, even the players of TUF in the first triangle, they came so very close to getting that chicken dinner. Quantum Rage seems like day number 2 is all about Pakistani teams.
I think seems like that is the case. I mean, it started off with the Nepalis getting a chicken dinner. I mean, T2K, they've been looking quite sublime, but ever since Miramar happened, I think the Pakistanis are slowly but surely starting to take over the first and second position secured. This is where the majority of the fans, well, they have just a single question on their mind: what is going wrong with Stalwart?
Yeah, in the previous one also, Stalwart Esports, they were taken out pretty early in the game. In fact, they were the first team to be taken out, something unheard of. But that has always been the play style of Stalwart Esports. They shine the most in the first day, and the second day they have a dicey performance. But on the third day, they come back again and create a comeback story and reclaim the top position in the overall standings. But maybe this time, Stalwart, they have to start making a comeback from day number 2. They have to focus on the consistency, because the amount of points which 4MV have gathered for themselves is going to be a difficult journey for Stalwarts if they want to qualify for the World Invitation. But looks like a cat and mouse chase is happening. Quantum Rage, what just happened? T2K, they're looking, hunting for the players of Quantum Rage. One player already down, and the remaining players have no weapon at all.
Oh, guys, this is the choo-choo train of pain and agony. T2K are in no mood of sparing the players of Quantum Rage. Heck with pistols. So Yogi's just gonna push over. This is absolutely ludicrous. This is mental, even by T2K standards. And Senior seems like he's gotten a taste of his own medicines, right? You know, the teams were getting pestered. They were like, we've had enough of Quantum Rage. You know, you've been trying to third party us, do all sort of bad things, and now we're just gonna go after you.
But in the close proximity, we have some other team also in the yellow color. But T2K, they're not done. They are going to hunt for the last player as well. Sanhok was taken down, but no worries. His teammate Sandesh is there for the easy revival and the rescue mission. And almost 3-4 finishes, a very good head start for the players of T2K. But now T2K, they have to be the cautious one, because NB Esports, they are also keeping a close eye. And Seg does have an AKM. Not enough bullets, but enough to take down the players of T2K. At the same time, Jane has been taken down. So, T2K, they're having a taste of their own medicine as Seg gets a confirmation onto Jane.
Yeah, sometimes losing vision of what's in front of them, and you know, T2K, this will hurt them in the process, because honestly, you know, T2K, they had a very good start. They've already secured 4 limbs, but this is not ending well for them. Surely isn't, right? Because you know, the position they are in, they need to watch out, because Stalwart, Highvoltage DC, MABETEX, even NB Esports are breathing down their neck. And you know, this is where things might go down south. They need to get those numbers back, and foremost, I think right now they need to get some loot done, because they barely had anything to work around with. Surely they got out one squad out of the picture, but seems like aggression is the way, as Sandesh just pushes in, and it's just the beginning stages of the game, and T2K is sitting with 5 limbs to their name as NB Esports. Alright, for a moment I felt like they were coming after Sandesh, but seems like they've scooted away from there.
T2K, they're hungry for the blood. At the same time, 7th element, they are also falling apart. As Ekenika 8 showing up on their doorstep, and Divine is fighting with tooth and nail, the last man standing. But is it enough? A one-man army, and from the window the DBA shots comes in, and 7th element, they have also been wiped off from Erangel, and this is a pretty aggressive Erangel.
Alright. I think, you know, for now, it's pretty hard for me to digest what's happening. I need to contemplate. I need to introspect. Why are these teams playing so aggressive? I'm pretty sure our viewers are going to be enjoying every single moment of that. And, you know, the two teams that were causing so much trouble for all the others in the server, I think they have been terminated. And Agonite at this point is like, finally, we can play properly. And finally, we've taken our sweet revenge against 7th element. I think we can see there's a little bit of a rivalry brewing up. And I think for the Pakistani viewers who have tuned into the English broadcast, is something cooking between them and Igonite. Do let us know. Well, honestly, we love the masala, right? We love the drama. And especially if it's happening inside a tournament, we would love to know more about that. So I think in the previous matchup of Erangel, it was 7th element that caused a lot of trouble for Aegon I8. But seems like they've finally gotten their revenge. As you can see, the shimmering map of Erangel inside the museum. And that's looking quite beautiful, to be honest.
Yeah, It's a new edition. I really need to play the game of PUBG Mobile again. There have been so many changes, but looking at the Western Bridge, we have the players of 4MV and we have Eganix I8. For now, Eganix I8, they are not going for a bridge camp. On the other side, DRS and Stalwart, they might lock horns with each other because, yes, the rotations are coming in from DRS, but Stalwarts, maybe they will head for a late rotation. But talking about 4MV, in the previous Erangel, courtesy to the plane path and the circle, there was change in the drop location from the set of 4MV. That didn't fare off really well in their favor, but still, they had a good gameplay. Not the chicken dinner gameplay, but still a good gameplay. But talking about Highvoltage DC, they were so very close to the players of 4MV in the overall ranking yesterday. But let's see if they can catch up again, if they can get the chicken dinner. For now, they're pretty much loaded. They do have the resources required for the close 4v4 battle.
Imagine just going over to what we saw, right? That beautiful, Kaka, like the beautiful map of Erangel over there inside the museum. Imagine there comes a certain game mode where you make some offerings, maybe give some coins away, and then you get to see the position of your enemies in the nearby locality. Now that would be pretty nice, for the viewers, for the players to enjoy. Casually, though. Competitively, we do not want that to happen. But yes, what I'm really disappointed is with the circle. It's the same old circle that we have seen again and again and again, right? And this time, I'm kind of expecting something to happen around the Pochinki Hills. I really do not want to see the players, just falling down to their misery around those flatlands, right? That is one of the circles that I would like for this game to be avoided at. But for now, I think Magnus, considering the fact that love dropping down at Pochinki, they have a good commanding spot. Now, the big question is, how are they going to defend it? Aegon I8, again, getting back to their old ways. I think they're going to be sitting it out, just waiting for the next circles to form. But DRS, they surely cannot be careless in this one.
The next circle is definitely favoring the players of Regicide as they have got the big Georgiapol mountain under their control. Even the players of Leo Esports can have a very good outing in this one if they manage to get the entire Western Gatka control under their favor. Highvoltage DC already heading towards the side of ruins. Maybe they'll capitalize on that position. So yes, this circle is most favorable to Regicide. On the other side, 4MV, all the teams that are coming from the southern side, they might have to engage in so many multiple fights. So let's see what's going to happen to the southern teams. But for now, shots are being fired on the players of MABETEX Esports as IHC Godless is looking for them. No, not really. And MABETEX, well, they will find a safe compound to hold on to their position for now.
For the Mongolians, when you kind of look at the top three, it's usually, between Medical Vibes, Stalwart, and INC. But seems like MABETEX, they had been building up their own name right now, looking really strong. But this time wasn't really the case. Already lost out on Kessie, but will get a trade on Godless. Now, this is a big one. Godless seemingly out of position. And Wally finding a very fine angle, just threading the needle over there and managing to secure his knock. But now Leona, and he needs to administer that first aid, will certainly do so as Demo comes into the aid of Godless. And at this point, I would be hoping that...
Certainly, and Zeol is so very close to the players of MABETEX Esports. At the same time, Alex can be the cheeky player to bring down the numbers of MABETEX, and Zeol is the one takes down Leona over there of MABETEX Esports. And Valley having that rooftop angle, he needs to be careful of Alex's position. Alex can be that X factor in this particular fight. Valley definitely receives a lot of damage as Demo close in the distance and might be looking for the confirmation point onto Leona over there. At the same time, this Molotov can be deadly or could have been deadly if had been lobbed to the perfection for Valley.
Oh, of course, the fight has resumed over here. Leona getting knocked out of the picture. IHC, this is the final time they need to go in for the push. I think this is a golden opportunity and calls for a golden grenade from Alex's side as Baron seems to be the last survivor. His position has been compromised. It's just moment before he can gaze into the eyes of death and pain and agony that is just surrounding, waiting to engulf him As Demo goes charging in, Ziol already making precautions, just luring him out. As Baron, he'll be getting onto the first floor around the stairs. I think Alex exactly knows where he is, as he's constantly getting bombarded. As look at that, Stalwart, they're also in the neighborhood, Shadow.
Oh, definitely they can do a third party, but that is not required as MABETEX Esports, well, they have been annihilated from the lobby, and IHC, they have managed to get 4 defeat points for themselves. The circle is a bit far away from the team of IHC. They have to make that necessary rotation for now. Talking about IHC's yesterday's performance as well, they did fair off. Okay, not so well. In Erangel, they managed to get only 9 points and 7 points in the map of Miramar. Sanhok was entirely not in the favor of IHC. Definitely, today, IHC might be looking to turn the tables and turn things around in their favor. Already a good head start, 4 defeat points without facing any casualty. On the other side of the map, we have Leo Esports and Magnus also locking horns with each other. With the plus of Magnus, seems like they are getting eliminated.
Oh, there you go. Zibian getting dealt with, and this is quite a different spice into the second match of Erangel, to be honest, right? And it's just, those early few minutes of the game. We are approaching that mid-game phase, and 4 teams have been eliminated. And for the big names, MABETEX, surely, I was just in praises about them, and they got caught off guard by the players of IHC. And seems like for IHC, like I kind of was assuming, I guess aggression is the key, as this time Demo, he's found out the big shark. It is going to be icy. He's going to get taken down as Nirzet. I don't think he can go and save his fallen comrade over there. As IHC, this slowly but surely starting to take over this map. And so far, this aggression has been really paying off.
It is, but they have to travel 300 meters inside the circle, and so there are so many teams that can gatekeep them. One big ugly thorn can be the players of Stalwart Esports. So for IHC, they have to bite the bullet. They have to take this fight against the side of Stalwarts. On the other side, talking about TUF, looks like they're also engaging in a fight with the players of Aganex I8. Oh, let's see what's gonna happen. It is a third circle, and there are 46 players. Not enough real estate is there to provide a good spot for every individual in the lobby, as the ruins area is under the control of Highvoltage DC. Stalwarts, they do have a good compound, but IHC might be looking to breach into the compound, as Demo along with his teammates is scouting the area and trying to find a safe spot somewhere on the eastern periphery. For now, Stalwarts, their entire focus is on the players of IHC, as action with the grenade might be looking for some opening, but IHC, they're repositioning, constantly repositioning, trying to lure the players of Stalwarts out in the open, but that is not gonna happen. Stalwarts, they are playing very cautiously this time.
Yeah, this time it looks like to be one of those Gatka sewer circles, right? Leo, Illuminate, True, they've got some good position secured for themselves, but Highvoltage DC, in fact, all 4 players spot out. Face Boy. It's going to be Jiggle who eventually takes him down. I think he's going to confirm that kill over there. As T2K in a really good position. This could be maybe the second chicken dinner that they get for themselves in Erangel. As Aegon I8, I think they have been quite vigilant, quite cautious. They have been steering off fights, barring the 7th element revenge that they had to take. Apart from, did not have themselves in the mix of the other battles. But for now, Highvoltage DC, I guess they were kind of unaware of Regicide's presence, and one of them has been knocked out, but I don't think the follow-up from Regicide will be there, because they understand the gravity of the situation. Shadow, I think they will have to get inside the circle.
Oh, they have to. It is stage 4 circle. The blue zone damage is going to be pretty high, but still they're bombarding the players of Highvoltage DC, and Malik already with the vehicle is moving away, trying to move inside the circle so that he can be the anchor that can lure his teammates inside the circle. But Regicide Vaz with a grenade is still looking for more, but the perfect projectile, the perfect connection is not there. Look at the amount of utility that has been invested over there. On the other side, IHC, well, Alex has been knocked down as they breached into the compound of T2K, where T2K, they still have 2 players. Sandesh, after patching himself up, might be hunting for Godless. There is no chance that Godless can revive Alex, who is begging for revival, begging for help. Yes, the smoke wall is there. At the same time, the third party scenario can also be created because Stalwarts are also in the close proximity. But the fight is still continuing between Highvoltage DC and Regicide.
Yeah, I mean, seems like Alex seems to have gotten away with murder. He's gonna get Rez back up in broad daylight, and I think that was smart from T2K just to back down, because had they been tunnel visioned over there, I'm pretty sure somebody else would have come after them, as Regicide just wiped the floor with Highvoltage DC, with Malik, I guess, being one of the final players surviving, or maybe one more. But so far the case is as such that Highvoltage DC are in a really tough spot. At this point, Stalwart Esports seem to be just poking the players of Regicide, considering the fact that the damage from the blue is going to start hurting a little bit. Still have a few first aids to work around with, and will not have a lot of problems in trying to escape, as Assassin, the final player alive for Highvoltage DC. We have seen him do wonders, especially in yesterday's game in Erangel, inside those apartments. A beautiful chicken dinner, but will not be the case today, as Stalwart Esports, they're eyeing on for that revenge as they go after IHC.
The lenient split that the players of Stalwarts are having is so very perfect. They're keeping close eye onto Highvoltage DC and Regicide. At the same time, the remaining players are engaging with the players of IHC. Even T2K, they are also in the close proximity. So this fight on the eastern periphery, northeastern periphery of the circle has become more and more interesting. On the other side, on the western front, we have TUF having the entire western control under the favor, and Stalwarts remaining players are also there. And the amount of smoke that has been deployed, well, Stalwarts, they do have good ridges to work around with as well. But this next circle shift is going to be so very critical and crucial. And well, T2K and IHC, they are still inside the circle.
Yeah, I really like TUF's position. I guess they could just go running in for those compounds, but seems like Stalwart were the ones to, call dibs on that, and maybe they're gonna have no trouble in securing it. But this vehicle is already on smokes. If Roshan can just manage the spray of his life, could explore that one, and along with Stalwart's hopes of securing a chicken dinner, could have vanished. But seems like that wasn't the case. Roshan clearly did not have a good angle to take those shots, but now they have to go downhill, and this is where I think might face some resistance, but no, successfully have done so, because not a lot of teams were around those northern areas, with TUF having their own problems to deal with, and they would be kind of playing around the edges at this point. But T2K constantly just starting to get a little impatient, because they understand that IHC is beside them. We had Stalwarts watching over them just a couple of moments ago, as for Miracle Vibes and Aegon I8 finally decide to lock horns against each other.
Where Aganex I8, they are in a better position, and at the same time, Aganex I8, they are gatekeeping the plus of 4 MV. East position has been compromised. This Molotov could have been deadly, but Apex comes and takes down Uzm. How did he not get the foot sounds?
Oh, don't ask me. I don't know. A lot of absurd things have been happening in this map, and seems like this is one of the moments where we certainly cannot find answers to. But again, Aegon I8, they were looking pretty sunny till this point, but now they look quite blue, because the way they're being infiltrated. Illuminate crew for Miracle Vibes, everybody sort of barging in and just encroaching over their land. Sometimes it's gotta hurt. Blade and IQ, the two last survivors from their team, how far can they go up? How deep can they dig? That's the big question.
This compound in these kind of Gadka circle is usually of prime contention. That is why we are seeing 3 teams, Illuminate Crew, but Illuminate Crew Nova X, he gave a glimpse to the plus of Stalwart Esports, and we know Tops with his mini, he's so precise, instantly pops the head off of Nova X, gets a knock, but now the confirmation. At the same time, Illuminate Crew, they have to be cautious, because maybe loss of 4ME and again Sky 8 can also chime in. But for now, DRS and TUF looks like they're also locking horns with each other on the western periphery.
Oh, they certainly are. As IQ still managing to keep the hopes alive. Aegon I8 as Illuminate Crew. Viper, he's been knocked out on the floor. Sky will have to desperately go and try and get the revives, as TUF, they get the better out of DRS. They've been wiped out from the server, as The main Gatka compounds are under contention as Viper decides to retreat. Nova having a different compound as IQ and Blade seems like they want to push in. They want to go in for the fight. They want to clear this angle at the very least. IQ getting some massive damage from that grenade, needs to patch himself up. But now I find he was quite much in the open. And Sky will finally punish him with Blade getting dealt in by East. Now, Illuminate crew, they really know that who their next target is going to be. And if they were paying a close attention to the kill feed,
And with that, T2K, they have been eliminated after getting 6 elimination, and we have the players of 4MB and Eliminate crew still contesting for the same compound. And TUF, well, they have managed to annihilate the entirety of DRS, so they have the entire Western control in their favor. So yeah, this can be a good game for the players of TUF. But kind of a stalemate situation between the players of Illuminate crew and 4MB. And let's see the circle shift. For now, it is favoring TUF.
oh, Lala, Assassin. I thought he'd been dealt with, but still alive and kicking. Goes after Roshan, finds those thin angles. Can he get the final nail in the coffin? Will indeed take that good old revenge as Highvoltage DC. They're still in contention. And this man is doing it. Has made it to the top 7, but now this is where he's got to face all sorts of adversities, right? With Stalwart, I guess, in a really promising position. I do not know how Assassin is going to get himself inside the circle.
Definitely it is going to be a bit difficult, but for MB they still have the southern periphery control. But Sky's position, look at Illuminate Sky's position. He really need to watch his 6 because the players of 4MB can definitely punish him. On the other side, the split that is coming from the side of Leo Esports, Liquid all by himself. If a knock comes onto him, the revival process is going to be very difficult. But for now, Slipknot finds LX, and with that, Highvoltage DC has been eliminated as Assassin goes down by the phase zone.
Alright, so right now, I guess TUF, they find themselves in a really good spot, to be honest, because they've been not been actively engaging in a lot of battles, but what they've been focusing is on taking good positions. Now, if this works out for them, I guess could be one of those games where they get a chicken dinner for themselves. But for now, I guess Leo Esports right at the center of all the battles now. This is where I guess they might be tested. As for Miracle Vibes, East goes after Viper. As Viper just trying to bob and weave, try to dodge them from both the sides. But Viper seems like he's been isolated and eventually will fall to his demise. But those trade-offs are really quick and fast. As from the backline, Sky having a really, really nice angle, manages to knock down East in the process.
Well, certainly the East goes down and Illuminate crew. They have only one player left, that is going to be Sky. He's aware about the position of 4ME, and this grenade can be deadly if lobbed to perfection. But T-Wave, they were the faster one, and Illuminate crew, they have been eliminated after valiant efforts from the side. And 4MV, they still survive, but right now the crosshairs of T-Wave, H2SO4 is still in the direction of 4MV.
Alright, so now, considering the situation that we have on our hands, Action, I think he's playing that risky style of PUBG M, where top end is there. I guess they're here to provide that cover fire. Scottless again, a little out of his position, gets spotted out in the open, and Sush just shushes him out as Alex, barely alive by the skin of his teeth, needs to patch himself up. But surely Leo Esports are aware of his positioning. They'd managed to administer that first aid, but at this point he needs to find maybe a different spot, because looking at Leo Esports, they've been enjoying themselves in this particular game, as Stalwart seem to have spotted out the players of TUF, but are yet to let loose of those bullets, as Tops finally does so with M7 just getting poked a little.
Stalwart Esports, they have the majority of the real estate control, and IHC LX has also been dealt by Stalwart's Nirzed over there, so IHC also bids bye-bye after having a fantastic run 7 elimination. But Leo says he's in a very tricky spot. The players of Stalwart Esports can definitely spot him, and let's see For how long can he survive? On the other side, TUF still maintaining the Western control under the favor, and 4MV potentially looking for a dominant control from the southern side, and in this whole process, in the position of Stalwarts and 4MV, the players of Leo Esports are not looking very promising.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, taking a look at Leo, they might suffer because for medical vibes and Starward seem to have sandwiched them, and at this point it's just grenades coming in from both the directions, and Leo Esports were completely helpless in order of what they had to do next. How do they get themselves away from that very situation? As the final three remain, it is going to be for medical vibes. Again, the leaderboard toppers making it to the top three. Now, this is more concerning for Stalwart. Despite them getting a chicken dinner, of course, they're going to close in on the gap, but still, the difference is going to be there because for medical vibes, they're not far away, right? The forecasting, the chicken dinner predictions kind of really favor the lads of TUF and somewhat switching scales between them and Stalwart. But the next zone is ultimately going to decide. With Stalwart still having a really good spot, TUF, they will have to make a move, and that's where I guess Stalwart and for medical vibes might make a good work of them.
Definitely, the numbers are also in the favor of Stalwart Esports, and Tops with a mini having that rooftop angle knows exactly where S2SO4 is, and the vehicle explosion can be the reason for S2SO4's demise. Stalwarts, they do have a very good position. In fact, they are the only team present inside the circle. And TUF, yes, the smokes are there, and Thor brings some opening onto Nizet, instantly takes him down, and Tops might be looking for the rescue mission, but TUF, the remaining players are already barging in, charging it towards Stalwart Esports.
Oh, that is not what we really imagined that TUF will do, and indeed, in the blink of an eye, Stalwart suddenly seemed to have been dealt with. Clearly, they ran out of utils. There was a point where Top barely had ammunition. But now, for medical vibes, they seem to be fighting back. Now in a 1v2 situation, M7, the revival will definitely not come in, and he's going to succumb to his own injuries. But for medical vibes, still going to be pretty rough for them to try and get this chicken dinner. If they do so, I mean, just give them the championship right away, because now TUF has the best spot inside the circle. They've got the best spread, whilst for medical vibes just clinging on, hugging to that one rock. One good grenade, and they might just call their prayers.
And the amount of resources which the players of TUF are having are tremendous. So many grenades, Molotovs are there. Just by the barrage of grenades, they can take down 4ME. But East goes down through the hands of Joker. So the perfect spray comes in. H2SO4 gets a confirmation point, leaving only Apex. He also goes down. And finally, TUF, they were looking for this chicken dinner in the previous Erangel, and finally they get it.
Oh my god, this is turning out completely different to what we had expected, but we love it in a very good way as the Pakistanis are striking back. They are causing a lot of trouble for the salvation. Other teams like Nepal and Mongolia, whereas TUF being ever so patient, ever so calm, has paid off with this beautiful chicken dinner to their name with 14 elimination numbers, will propel themselves up to the 5th position in the overall rankings. But now, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is take a short little break, because coming right after, we have a lot to discuss.
Welcome to Dynaground! Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin! Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky. My sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors. They're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding an all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dynaground. Explore Dino Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
What a day number 2 has it been, Shadow? Won't you agree with the fact that, now the Pakistani teams are doing the unexpected? They are chartering in. They are starting to conquer over those Nepalis and the Mongolians that I was kind of so critical about. And now I feel like, this is it. This is the sort of a style of play we need from their side. And TUF have done exactly just that.
TUF yesterday also in the last game they came on the second spot. Today also on the first Erangel they came on the second spot. They were looking for this chicken dinner. Yes, the elimination points were not too many in the previous Erangels, but finally they get the chicken dinner and with too many elimination points as well. And overall Pakistani teams, yes, day number 2, it's a day of comebacks for Pakistani region.
Oh, it certainly has been. I mean, I think that's the best possible way to describe how good they were, right? TUF, I think, was quite good with how they were positioning themselves. It was not like, they were completely just staying hidden under the bushes or inside some compounds. They knew when to fire. They knew which targets to pick at what point. And there you have the MVP is going to be Harish Sir from UF with 5 eliminations. So finally those Pakistani names coming on board, and I was kind of hoping that we get to see some new talents out from Pakistan. Of course, we had Gravity, who's now Falak. We had IQ, but I wanted to see some more newer names. And I guess Harish, of course, Edgar is one of those players we have seen for quite some time. He's one of the veterans. IQ also making it to the list along with Alex and East.
Well, yes, East has always been impressive from the side of 4MV. This time 4MV, yes, they had a decent run, but they already have too many points in their favor. Nothing to worry about. The consistency is there. But talking about TUF, Erangel has always been the strong point. Yesterday also 20 points they got in Erangel, and Miramar and Sanhok has been a big problem for the players of TUF. Not just TUF, I think most of the Pakistani teams are really struggling in the map of Miramar and Sanhok. But Erangel, finally they are stepping up. And Hari Sir has got the highest elimination, but the highest damage is towards IQ of Agenix I8.
Yeah, I think when you talk about IQ as a player, initially I guess he's still the support of his team, and being one of those core players from the backlines has been dishing out some nice amounts of damage points. And I think even in this game for Aegon I8, I guess they were holding on a pretty decent position unless and until the point came where they were kind of knocked on by 2 different teams, and too hot for them to handle, because you had for Medical Vibes and Illuminate, 2 very aggressive teams, 2 very raw teams right on your face, and that sort of was the demise. But yes, certainly IQ and his brothers went down fighting. But for the match rankings of this particular game, of course, it's going to be TUF clinching that chicken dinner. 24 points to their name, and Stalwart and for Medical Vibes. Just when we thought maybe it could be Stalwart trying to inch in the gap between them and for Medical Vibes, seems like the difference still remains the same.
The difference is there, the point difference is there in the overall ranking, but 4MV, they are on the top with 112 points. Stalwart Esports with 74 points, and T2K Esports, they're also slowly catching up to the plus of Stalwart, just 1 point deficit and sitting on the third spot. But TUF, yesterday they were on the 11th spot, but now they're sitting on the 5th spot, take a jump of 6 positions with 59 points.
Yeah, and for the teams that are kind of falling down, the usual suspects, right? MABETEX, DRS, even the likes of NB. And you would want to see a little bit of consistency from their play, because barring the first spot, from the second, I think till the 7th or 8th, it's very much in contention. Anybody could just come second or third, and considering how high the prize pool is, it could cost you a lot of thousands of dollars. But Aegon I8 now kind of being consistent on that 9th position. I'm sure that by the end of the evening they get themselves to the first page. But again, IHC 41 points, clearly 33 limbs, and I think this is the farthest they got out from a single game in terms of the placement points. But if you talk about the others, I think Magnus Esports Shadow, I do not know what has gone wrong with them. I did not cast the PMPL Pakistan this time, but Magnus for sure was one of the top 3 teams in Pakistan, and suddenly in the SA lobby, they are struggling quite a lot.
Well, they were the top teams in the fall season, but the spring season this time in PMPL Pakistan, Magnus didn't had a very good run. I don't know why. The lineups is same, the synergy between the players is still same. Maybe the aggression, unnecessary aggression which the players of Magnus tries to bring is not working in their favor, because Egenex I8 and Magnus are 2 big names from Pakistan region.
Yeah, they certainly are, and that kind of goes on to surprise you, and just kind of forces you to wonder like what went wrong with them. I mean, when you're talking about such good players, right? You've got in that squad, and then being not able to deliver sort of breaks my heart a little bit. But moving on, the next map is going to be, well, quite a lot of people's favorite map. It's going to be Sanhok. So, for the one saying, hey, Fixes and Bhavna, we are bored with having those slower stats. Well, that's not going to be the case over here, because even I thought we're going to see a slower start in Erangel, at least in the third game, but that was not the case. We had fights happening right from minute 1. The moment teams dropped down, some really hilarious moments, but yeah, it came down. It was quite gripping towards the end. But I think SC Championship is really delivering to his hype, and we would urge and request you to get your friends also on board and enjoy this entire broadcast with us. But Shadow, I've been doing this for quite a while with Shivan, so I'll do the same with you. Of course, we do not have any obligations to make any predictions, and there's nothing being awarded if you get it right. But this is a friend to a friend, just 2 colleagues sitting together and just having a chatter. You can have your personal biases over here. So Shadow, who do you want to win this one?
Who I want?
You want, not predict.
Okay, Regicide, because yesterday also they came so very close to getting a chicken dinner in the map of Sanhok, and since the Pakistani comeback day, day number 2, I want a Pakistani team to get a chicken dinner in Sanhok as well.
Alright, for you it's gonna be Regicide. For me, however, I think I still would want to see IHC trying to get a chicken out of this one. I think this is what they've been missing, right? That secret ingredient X in the soup that they're trying to cook, because honestly, IHC, if you talk about them engaging in fights, I don't seem to have a lot of complaints other than the fact that there have been moments where Godless gets himself into really awkward positions. I do not know why. He takes some really good big risks which kind of do not pay off, and the trade potential hasn't been there. But apart from that, if the team of IHC just focuses a little bit on just calming down, soothing their nerves, and well, a lot of this is not going to happen in Sanhok, but I'm still hopeful that they make a comeback, because surely IHC has been one of those teams quite synonymous with the South Asian region. I think they were the ones who kind of had sparked off this rivalry between Nepal and the Mongolians, right? Initially coming in as Zeus, they went on to make pretty bold statements. These lobbies are just like scrims for us. Until a point came, they were just they kind of failed to even qualify into the PMPLs, and then they kind of learned their lesson in the hard manner, right? And after that, we have seen those days, but I guess we're still kind of missing out on that prime IHC that was once, the sheer name of IHC or Zeus kind of caused, tremors on the land. People were shivering, just shaking that it is Zeus or IHC, just avoid them at all costs. That fear, I think, is long gone.
Yeah, that fear is not there. In fact, as a team Zeus, they do have so many achievements in their bag, so big expectations are definitely going to be there from the lineup. Even in the league plays, IHC was performing really good, but this time IHC, they are completely missing. On day number 1 also, not too many points, just 9 points in Erangel, 7 points in Miramar, 0 points in Sanhok. This is not something we expect from IHC, but in the previous Miramar, they did have good elimination numbers, so yes, still there is a hope of a comeback from team IHC.
Let's just hope. Let's just hope that your words turn true. And yeah, IHC, they've been close. They've been getting themselves to good positions. They've been getting those kill points, but still far from tasting that delicious chicken. But as we head on to the rainforests of Sanhok, it is going to be fun. It's going to be hot and humid, but a lot of action awaits you. As I guess yesterday we saw some early fights between Stalwart and Leo. I don't understand why Leo would just even think about hovering over Stalwart at bootcamp. Not certainly a wise idea, but clearly I think Stalwart also are making the work in the right direction. So should also get a chicken dinner probably by the end of this evening.
Let's hope they get a chicken dinner even for DRS as well, because Sanhok was at one point a very strong map for the players of DRS. But talking about Stalwart Esports, again in the city of Bootcamp, Leo Esports, yes, it's surrounding Bootcamp, but we haven't seen much of Stalwart and Leo Esports going up against each other. After grabbing their resources, Leo Esports tend to regroup. But the question is where the first circle is going to be. At the same time, this time, 7th Element, also, they are not taking a head-on fight with the players of Highvoltage DC.
All right. I think 7th Element might have just woken up to their senses. They're like, what guys, we had enough fun throughout the day. But I think 7th Element could have another target. All right. I think that could be Aegon I8. I really want to cook this rivalry down till the end. But NB Esports seems to be in a collision course against the players of Illuminate Crew. And I think for now, I think Woofis really needs to watch out. He's still got his teammates around him, but at this point, you would not want to fight too early. I mean, for both these squads, they aren't really doing pretty well in terms of the overall standings, are they?
Oh yes, they are not having the best of the time. NB Esports and Illuminate Crew. Illuminate Crew, on the other hand, today they had a good game in their hands. But other than that, NB Esports yesterday in Sanhok, they just got a single point, not a good game. Illuminate Crew also, talking about them, just 2 points. So the rivalry should make you stronger. It should not hamper your progress in the overall standing. So both the teams, NB Esports and Illuminate Crew, need to rethink the decision of going for a drop collision and going against each other, because it's not going to favor either of them.
Oh, it certainly won't, right? And I think Illuminate Crew have taken the higher road, right? They've just retreated back, and they realize the gravity of the situation as is such that they need to get some good points, especially with just mere 2 more days remaining after these 3 matches, after including this one. So I guess there's still signs that they can at least try and contest for that top 3, because for Miracle Vibes, I really don't not see any team getting there unless and until some miracle happens. Could be Stalwart, could be T2K, could be Highvoltage DC, could be maybe MABETEX. Not a lot of teams in contention, and TUF slowly but surely getting their way up there. But Regicide, again, one of those teams. We have seen a lot out of them, in the PMPL Pakistans. They make it to the SSE, in fact, but haven't really shined over Nepal and Bangladesh yet.
Speaking of Regicide, yesterday also in Sanhok, they came so very close to getting a chicken dinner. And looking at the circle, this is a potential 50-50 circle. If the first circle shift comes little northern side, it can either be a Camp Alpha final circle or could be a Ruins final circle. Yesterday also, we kind of had a similar circle, and if Regicide they replicate the same performance, a good game is definitely up ahead of them. But right now, Quantum Rage Goku, so far away from his teammates, he needs to be a bit cautious because MABETEX Esports are also lurking nearby. Not a good news for Goku because it's not just one player; all the 3, 4 players of MABETEX Esports are there. I wonder what they are doing out in the open.
Even me too. I'm kind of just wondering what's going on in their minds because this is a very awkward circle, to be honest. We haven't seen a lot of this. It's something that's kind of heading towards maybe Tambang or maybe Nakham. Who knows? It might just take a curveball towards Painan because this definitely for sure should not go towards Camp Alpha. I'm done casting those circles. I really want something to happen maybe around the ruins area, but regardless, 7th Element, Regicide, Leo, they're all in good positions. Now, this is a perfect time for Leo to actually get that revenge against Stalwart, because Stalwart, at some point, they're going to try to cross over that little mini bridge and come to the Western Island, in fact, the Southwestern Island, and that is where Leo, could stake their chance in eliminating Stalwart and getting some nice redemption.
Let's see, but NB Esports, they went for a northern rotation and they escaped from Eliminate Crew, walked right into the paths of Magnus Esports, where Mondo has been taken down. Not a good news because Mondo is out in the open. And from the backline, Sek is providing the necessary cover fire, stopping faster for going for the confirmation point onto Mondo, as Mondo slowly crawling his way towards Fist Boy, and Faster still wants a confirmation point onto Mondo. I wonder if Mondo can make it to the safety, and he won't. Faster gets the confirmation point despite Sek providing the necessary cover fire. And look at the position of Magnus Esports. Drawlin is so close to Sek. Oh my god, Sek, he can go down.
Oh yeah. Alright, maybe seems like he's kind of unaware of Drawlin's presence, and this time Drawlin just lets loose of those bullets, and certainly NB Esports, they realize they've been surrounded. Fistboy, I'm pretty sure his position has been compromised considering Drawlin has been cooking those grenades right at his direction, but barely missing out. Clearly does have to come with the information that's being relayed to Drawlin from his teammates who are on that little hill over there. But Akaza seems like he's out of action, as action is drowned. Did he go AFK or something? I don't know what happened, but seems like they are in a little bit of pickle. Stalwart, not the best of starts, but pawn out. Drawlin again inching in a little closer. Finisher will also push in from another side and being a little reluctant over there. Can't really understand why, but look at that Fist Boy. He's losing a lot of HP. And seems like the moment he tried to escape, it was a checkmate situation for him, as NB Sports down to their last man at this point.
Not a good start that they were hoping for, and last man will fight for the placement point, Akaze. But the players of Magnus Esports are still looking for him. Let's see what's going to happen. NB Esports, this has always been a cause of concern. Whenever they have shied away from the fight with Eliminate Crew and went for a northern rotation, either it was T2K or Magnus Esports, some other team always tends to ruin the game for NB Esports. So NB Esports needs to figure out a way, if they're not taking a fight with Eliminate Crew, what should be the ideal path of rotation for them. But right now, I8C and again I8 in the blue, they're going to lock horns with each other, where I8C, they are in a better spot, in a better position, with LX having a good spot and Goddess with the vehicle scouting the area. But Demo, he needs to be very careful before giving a glimpse to the players of Agon I8.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, for Agon I8, at this point, they will have to warm their eggs over there. Oh, Zim might have a shot on Demo, but let's lose. Nah. Should have had a better optical vision maybe. Maybe a 4 times or a 6 times could have secured that knock. Definitely with the 3. I mean, there was a fine margin, right? There was a time where if he had been quite accurate with his shots. But Demo, right now, he's aware that he's being watched on. And he needs to get the hell out of there. At this point, Agon I8, we've been watching a little bit of a defensive style of play from their side, where they kind of mean no harm. They sort of get inside the circle. Yet to see them explode though, as DRS, they set their eyes on MABETEX.
And looks like one of the player of MABETEX was taken down, but the revival process has already been made. The rescue mission is there. MABETEX, they are in a 2v2 split, and now they decide to regroup or maybe just scout the area properly. But they also need to be a bit careful because other teams are also present in the close proximity, especially the players of Quantum Rage. And in the airdrop, we have a big weapon, MG3, which I hate the most, but the level 3s can come definitely very handy. On the other side, Leo Esports and Highvoltage DC also locking horns with each other, where Highvoltage DC are not looking good.
Surely, I think we need to get back into playing together so that I let you use the MG3 and your opinions would instantly change, because that's a machine with death written all over it. The moment you let loose of those bullets, those two firing modes, you can have that little bit of a control, you can have that quick fire rate, and the way you can toggle it, I think, I do not know why you hate it, Shadow. Maybe you might have been on the receiving side of it, but I'm pretty sure boys, they'll love that. But yeah, tops, I think Stalwart, kind of ice that they were walking on is finally starting to melt, and Nerzed and Icy are the two players just surviving, with action and top being picked off just like that without any trades. Now this is alarm bell stalling for Stalwart.
And NB Esports, Akase is also in the back line, so there is a chance that he can also do some damage towards Stalwart Esports, although chances are very less. On the other side, Magnus going for the rotations. A good strategy. They are in the blue. They have to find a good spot for themselves. At the same time, on the other side of the map, we have MABETEX Esports still holding on to good position, not seriously engaging with the players of DRS right now. Just finding a good spot for themselves, playing with the circle, and for all the good reasons. MABETEX know there are 16 teams in the lobby. At this point, they can't afford to lose any player, so they're just avoiding the fight during the initial stage of the game.
You know, I kind of feel like this should be a DRS game if they play the cards right. But MABETEX could clearly, capitalize. They have that southern area to themselves, as the circle has, of course, shifted. And for medical vibes, stationed at Painan, surely few of the teams might come knocking their doors. As IHC, they're kind of aware of this region. They have been playing around Painan for quite some time in the past. But right now, for medical vibes, clearly have nothing to really worry about, right? They just have to, keep watching the action from the far off fray, whilst Quantum Rage, IHC, MABETEX, DRS, everybody for just fight it out amongst each other. As 7th Element, along with Leo Esports, they're kind of going ham at the players of Illuminate Crew, while 7th Element, they're also losing out on their own individual numbers.
And on the other side, Stalwart Esports, what is happening? They have been eliminated after getting just a single elimination. Day number 2 is definitely not in the favor of Stalwart Esports at all. On the other side, Illuminate Crew, they do have a good position, but Leo Esports, well, they are lurking nearby, having an uphill advantage onto Illuminate Crew. And the next circle shift is going to be so very critical. We still have 15 teams of 53 players. It is very contrasting as compared to the previous game where teams were going for the aggressive fights. But this time, Akaze looks like he has been spotted down, and Uzm with a grenade might be looking for the confirmation point onto him. If lobbed to the perfection, finally right on his face. And with that, NB Esports, they bid bye-bye on the 15th spot after getting just a single elimination. Not a start they were hoping for. But again, XI8, now they have the entire northeastern control in their favor. And another big weapon in the airdrop, we have AMR, which we haven't seen too much recently in the game, but definitely a deadly weapon with level 3 armors. But Leo Esports, at the same time, they have an eye on to TUA, but Regicide takes down Drawlin over there of Magnus Esports, and Roshan is looking for a confirmation onto Zen. pincing him down so that the revival process doesn't start. But Faster is going for the rescue mission. At the same time, the blue is also closing in, and Magnus Esports, they are at the mercy of the blue, and Quantum Rage, they annihilate the entirety of T2K, and T2K also bits bye-bye with 0 elimination. But Magnus, they're falling apart, they're falling down one after another, and they are at the mercy of the blue.
Oh yeah, I mean at this point it is going to be fights breaking down left, right and center. And with the circle kind of taking that little bit of an eastern shift, I guess we kind of fancy Quantum Rage's chances over here. The kind of a compound that they've been holding on to. Now this is really going to be tough for the teams to kind of come in and challenge unless and until Quantum Rage kind of engages in multiple fronts and their players sort of get picked off and somebody pushes in on their compounds. IHC still in a very good position. I kind of like this little stoppage from their side because now they're just not going out randomly trying to take down squads after squads. They're being quite patient and exercising extreme caution. I think this is going to pay them off some point or the other.
Certainly it is. DRS on the other side breaking things, starting things against Highvoltage DC, where Highvoltage, they have been eliminated for 4 MV. They're also picking up the players of Agonix I8. Looks like Blade's position has been compromised. At the same time, East position also compromised, and Blade, this time he was the accurate one, instantly takes down East over there, but the trade is going to come in as Dog finds one. In the water we have IQ. I don't know what was in the mind of IQ. The movement gets slowed down and when you're in the water, but with the DBS in his hands, rushes towards Dog over there, instantly takes him down and gets a confirmation point.
Oh, certainly does. As for Miracle Vibes, I mean, of course, if somebody just knocks on their doors, they do not like it. They do not like it, and they just go after teams. Now, East being taken down, that's going to hurt them. At this point, Apex just making sure he's kind of patient. He's gonna let Aegon I8 make that first move on them, as Falak is constantly bombarding Apex's compound. But little does he know that he's not inside it. Rather, just sticking around the edges. But at this point, Aegon I8, at least they've successfully kind of just carved their way inside of Painan. But can they get the better out of Miracle Vibes? Now, that is a big question. As TUF on the other side, they're getting a lot of elims to their name as 7th element. They again bow out of this game.
But 4 MV Apex still against Agonix I8, outnumbered in this fight. 2 players right in front of him, but he's not giving any sort of sound cue. DBS versus DBS. Which DBS is going to reign supreme and takes down Blade over there? Can he take down IQ?
Wow.
The answer is going to be no. Good retaliation. And Apex goes down, and now 4 MV Refuse, the only man standing, is in a lot of trouble. Can he find revenge against Agonix I8?
I think I like this from Aegon I8. They're kind of not being scared or being intimidated, rather bringing the fights right at the face of the Mongolians. Now, this is where I feel Aegon I8 really thrive. They start to, spread their wings a little wide. They kind of start opening up. They need to do more of this. They need to start believing in themselves because, yes, if things are done the right way, we know what the results could bear. And for Miracle Vibes, they were rightfully out by the players of Aegon I8. Now, this is a beautiful finish coming in. I mean, I loved what IQ did over there, along with Falak. Well executed play, but this circle is certainly favoring the lads of Quantum Rage, who are looking quite firm in the position that they're holding on to.
Yes, they stole it from T2K. They annihilated the entire team and now they're in the best of the spot. But Faster running out in the open right like a headless chicken. And Liquid, no, it was not Liquid, it was MABETEX Valley who brings an end to him. And Magnus Esports, well, they have been eliminated. Leo Esports, 6 elimination to their name. A good game coming in from their side, but not a good position. They still are on the periphery of the circle. On the other side, IHC, they do have a good compound. They can gatekeep the players of Agonix I8, but the aggression which Agonix I8 is bringing today, I don't think IHC can stand tall against them.
You never know. I mean, IHC, they've changed their playing ways. Right now, look at Demo. That grenade was quite lethal. Blade and IQ sharing quite some damage as Godless from the other direction lobs one at Falak. But I think it kind of misses from miles afar as wow. That was a spray for the stars. instantly connecting as Blade falls down. That's a beautiful trade coming in by Godless. As now Aegon I8 and IHC just exchanging blows after blows, as Zeol will get the confirmation on Blade, as they are the ones to make it inside the circle. And MABETEX, hold on. They were pretty silent throughout this game, and suddenly they might have a good chance in taking this one. IHC have taken a big risk. They have deployed Alex on a flank angle who's going to solo hold a compound. Now this could work two ways, right? If things work in the ways of IHC, this could be the chicken dinner that they're longing for. But considering how consistent MABETEX has been, I don't think they're going to succumb to a 1v4.
Alex just all by himself holding on to the compound like you said, and MABETEX might look potential control over these compounds sooner or later, but right now they are scouting the area, and Alex is very well aware of the position of MABETEX Esports, but Quantum Rage having their eyes set onto the players of Leo Esports, where one player gets hefty damage, Slipknot gets taken down, and Liquid! Oh, he takes hefty damage from Healthy over there. The confirmation point has already been made, and Leo Esports, in a desperate measure to move inside the circle, lose their life against the players of Quantum Rage.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do in that situation, right? Especially when you're Leo, you know that Quantum Rage, they're just clinging on to their windows like Alex is at this point, and you step out of your cover, and they're there to greet you with all those bullets. But considering the current status quo of this game, I think I kind of fancy MABETEX Esports' chance as well. I've been talking a lot about it, but the next circle shift, it's gonna kind of give us a vivid picture of what is really going to happen. It could be Quantum Rage. I mean, for IHC, they've taken a huge gamble. If that pays off, and then they might also get a chicken dinner. But in this trifecta, and in a 4v4v3 situation, anybody could just emerge out as the winner.
Certainly, but right now MABETEX, they are in the crosshairs of IHC as well, but Alex gets taken down out in the open, gets punished, but Zeol and Godless are trying to provide the necessary cover fire, but in vain. Their position has also been compromised, and looks like you said, this is a game for MABETEX to lose. They're looking so very confident right now. Even Quantum Rage, they can also grab this one in their pockets. They have a good compound. It all comes down to where the next circle is going to shift, as Tanatan is keeping a close eye onto Godless, and Godless gets taken down. Perfect spray comes in from the side of Tanatan.
Oh yeah, Tanatan, he's absolutely feeling it. And I think even in the first game, Quantum Rage, they were causing so much mischief in the server. But this one, they can actually get this in the bag, as there you can see Helsi and Tantanatan already committing for that push as IHC get dealt with. But Helsi and Tantanatan, now this is a certain change of events, because they've deep delved into it, and seems like MABETEX are going to be capitalizing on the situation, as just the last player survives. It is going to be Goku helplessly asking for help, but no, MABETEX showing no mercy as they get one in the bag. Long time coming, and they deliver, getting that winner chicken dinner. Will certainly kind of propel themselves maybe to that second spot, but well earned. 9 elimination, 19 points, like I expected, now at number 2.
Certainly, MABETEX Esports, yesterday Sanhok didn't go in their favor, but today they get it in style with total of 19 points.
Yeah, but what we're gonna do now, folks, is gonna head off for a quick little break, because coming right after, we have a lot to talk about this game. while the Nepalis and Pakistanis are getting quite a lot of chicken dinners, I think the Mongolians couldn't have been left far behind. And a beautiful one for MABETEX because Quantum Rage, yeah, they almost had the chicken dinner. They were doing the right things till that final point. That one push there and that little overextension kind of enabled MABETEX into wiping them out and getting that chicken that they were long hoping for. Now in a very good position at number 2.
Well, certainly every team is fighting with tooth and nail to propel themselves up in the standings the way they are playing the games today. The Sanhok was a pretty slow Sanhok towards the third and fourth circle. We had 15 teams in lobby, and this is something completely contrasting the previous Miramar and Erangel where teams were going for the aggro push, aggro fights. But this time they're approaching the game very cautiously. They are fighting for every single point, but there is only one thing, for the good reasons. Yes, the money is at the stake. At the same time, the champion is going to get the slot in PUBG Mobile World Invitational, so the stakes are definitely very high.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes definitely are high there. I think there's no questioning that. But I guess, for MABETEX, it has to be one thing at a time. Because still, I must say, the difference between, them and for Medical Vibes is quite stark. And I guess a few more chicken dinners and a few more bad performances from for Medical Vibes, I think could maybe stir things up. We never know. We have been exposed to a lot of drama, especially if you remember South Asia Finals where you were casting with me and it boiled down to the final game, right? That was so exciting. And I think we're going to expect something like this even today. But Magnus Esports find themselves, in fact, Faster finds himself as the MVP with 4 eliminations and 462 points of damage.
Certainly. This time Magnus Esports, they were performing really good the way they were engaging in fights, and Faster was definitely a standout player with pretty decent damage number. Too many healings done because Magnus, they were fighting with the blue as well. That could be the reason of a high healing number. But it's a step in the right direction. Magnus Esports, finally they are able to find their feats in the South Asia Championship because they were completely missing out. They were not showing good, except for one Miramar yesterday. Magnus Esports, they were completely missing, but finally a step in the right direction, and maybe they can also get the chicken dinner for themselves.
Oh yeah, I think for Magnus Esports, you would kind of expect bigger things from their side, especially with the rich history that they have in Pakistan. You really need to establish their dominance over in the SA lobbies as well. But taking a look at the other beautiful players out there, Wally, Kessie will have to be the usual suspect because considering they got the chicken dinner. But Sus from Leo Esports, I guess, with the thing with Leo is they kind of have this love and hate relationship going on. There are certain days where you're like, wow. And there like certain days where you're like, oh, really? So I think, there are certain players with some good individual calibers. I think they just need to make it work as a team and they could do better. But for IHC, again, this was the closest they could have gotten to a chicken dinner. But yeah, I kind of like how they're progressing, right? Now they've kind of realized that getting the position points is also quite important. Staying alive till the very end could also, kind of enable you to get a lot of kills, which I think they're doing. And I'd see that is a good climb for them, considering how their run was yesterday.
Yeah, a step in right direction. On the other side, a big disappointment from the side of DRS. This team used to rule the map of Sanhok, and this time DRS, they're not showing the performance which is expected from their side. Yesterday they got a chicken dinner, because of which they are in a decent spot in the overall standings, but still big things are expected from DRS. This time, yes, the elimination points are there, but when it comes to Sanhok, we expect a chicken dinner performance from DRS.
Yeah, of course. As we take a look at the match ranking, so MABETEX, Quantum Rage, I'm really happy that Quantum Rage also managed to get a few points. Of course, that was a risk that took, could have turned out either ways. But regardless, that second spot, they're going to be pleased with that. Leo Esports, also good job done. IHC also, the same can be said. DRS, I think they had a really good position off until the point they were just wiped out. But still, 8 eliminations kind of got them that 5th. But Stalwart for Medical Vibes taking some early fall there, especially that one fight against Aegon I8. I absolutely love this young duo between Pollock and IQ, right? if one falls, the other is always there, just watching over that. And this is how, Magnus sort of got enabled, right? NB Esports, they were caught between a rock and a hard place, and they were just surrounded by the players of Magnus. Till the last one was pretty much eliminated by Aegon I8. But this is where you could see, when Blade was knocked out, IQ, Palak, they just kind of go in, get the job done, and well, they're the leaderboard toppers. Now this is gonna give them some massive confidence booster, ain't it, Shadow?
Oh, definitely. The confidence is going to be there. They have to get the old confidence back if they want to propel themselves up in the overall standings. So definitely, the confidence from the Pakistani region is there. But for MV, they're still sitting on the top. But day number 2 is not entirely in their favor.
Oh, yeah, I think for Medical Vibes, still they kind of have that really monstrous lead. I don't know, unless and until MABETEX or Stalwart get a chicken dinner, at least, in the next 2 games, and start getting the distance, in fact, getting the difference down to a mere 10. I think we'll have a lot going on for tomorrow. But up until now, I guess the cushion they're sitting on is still quite mushy, still quite good. They're comfortable for Medical Vibes. We know that they can instantly just trigger the switch on and go for a 20 elimination chicken dinner game. They've always got that capability in their arsenal. So right now, taking a look at how things have stirred up, at the bottom half, you can see all these teams are slowly but surely starting to catch up. Now Illuminate, Crew, IHC, look at those jumps coming out from IHC. They were at a very miserable spot, now at the 11th, and one more good game I think could just take them to the first page.
But that good game needs to come today, because day number 3, if they start doing a comeback, if they get a chicken dinner towards the end of day number 3, that might be too late. So yes, IHC, they need to get a chicken dinner on day number 2 itself if they want to see themselves on the very first page. And I think they can get it. The way IHC are improving with every game, the way they are picking the fights, I think IHC, they are definitely looking for a chicken dinner today.
But there you go. You need, the fans, they love to engage, and this is a chance to send your favorite team to the World Invitational, right? The 2023 PUBG Mobile World Invitational is going to be live in a couple of days, and we have an special slot for South Asia and Pakistan for the ones who get the most votes. For South Asia, I mean, we're talking about Nepal, Bangladesh, and Mongolia combined. So whosoever you think deserves, or whosoever you love, you need to show your support. But for Pakistan, it could just be anybody. A lot of new potential talents are showing up. Of course, Aegon I8 will be the favorites, but I would love to see more of what TUF are doing, more of what Quantum Rage are up to, because these boys are also showing up.
Oh, definitely they are showing up, but now it's time for Miramar and MABETEX Esports. Maybe we can see a double chicken dinner today coming in, because MABETEX is shining the most in the map of Miramar. Yesterday also, they had a fantastic run. I think it was the second Miramar where they got a very high fragging game, and they came on the second spot, I think.
Yeah, I mean, so far, how the day has been, it's kind of been quite divided, right? We saw the Pakistanis getting 2 chicken dinner, the Nepalis opening up with 1, and now the Mongolians have come in. And looking into the past, looking at how things have fallen into place, once the Mongolians get the chicken dinner, I'm not sure if it's going to be MABETEX getting another one next, but I feel like there's a storm brewing there. I feel like somebody maybe from Stalwart, maybe from Medical Vibes or IHC, one of those 3 can get this one in Miramar. Or maybe we could be off for a complete surprise, right? Maybe it could be the Nepalis, or maybe the Pakistanis could get one more. Anything could really happen at this point.
Yeah, even the players, I think, NB Esports also tend to fare off really when it comes to Miramar. Not the strongest team, I will say, but yes, most of the victories which NB Esports had in their favor were in the map of Miramar. So yes, this can be a game for redemption for NBA as well.
Yeah, it can be, and I really want it to be, considering how the performance was during the SA finals. But I don't know what's gone awry for them. Because there have been instances where, you feel like that this team is not playing to their best potential. They've got so much. I mean, they're diamonds in the hiding, right? Could be the next big thing. for Mongolian PUBG Esports. But yeah, something is just kind of stopping them from breaking free, from just getting rid of those shackles. And I really hope that happens. I certainly do, but anything could just go on. So I think so far I've been also liking how the circle has been forming out, how the teams have been approaching the zones. This one, it's gonna be hell lot of fun.
Well, certainly. Yesterday also for MV, they got 12 finishes and a chicken dinner on the first Miramar. So maybe the Mongolian domination can continue in this Miramar as well. Anything can happen. We don't know. 4MV, Stalwart Esports, the first circle itself is going to decide which team is going to have a very good run. But now joining me is going to be one of my favorite, Shivansh.
Thanks a lot, Chadu, for that warm welcome. And if Miramar is here, so I'll be here too. I love this map. Okay, I love this map. This map is one of the most craziest one, and also it will also help you to improve your long range battles, because it's pretty common in Miramar taking those long range battles, right? But if we talk about the flight trajectory, it starts from the southern side of the map and heading towards Campo Militar. Another beautiful flight path for teams like IHC. They will enjoy this flight path definitely, and also teams like Quantum Rage and Team Regicide. I would love to see, like, after this, which type of circle are we going to witness in this map?
Yeah, the first circle itself, Shivansh, is going to decide too many things. It's going to decide too many things, and yes, if it goes towards the extremities, towards pure the Pirasi, or if you have a crazy circle, then it's definitely a very difficult circle to play around with. But at this point, when stakes are so high, all the teams want a centric circle covering all the major cities, but I want chaos. I want a volatile mass circle. What about you?
To be honest, I always like the northern circles. It is a northern circle, so I'm happy. Seems like maybe we just focus on the team headed well. They although in this circle, I think so. Team IHC will enjoy a lot of freedom. Especially look at Demo; he is so far away from his teammates, heading towards the northern side of the graveyard, and now he is safe out there for now. Yeah.
Ji haan, definitely is there, and we have IHC towards the side of El Hazar. Even the plus of Magnus Esports, I won't say they are in the best position, because so many rotations are going to come from the southern direction, where we have Illuminate Crew, MABETEX Esports, Regicide. They will slowly start making their way, and that is when Magnus, they need to regroup, and they might have to engage in too many fights. On the other side, I like what NB Esports are doing right now. They have the Western drop. They'll head over to the city of El Pozo. Later on, they can try and get a hold of those hilly uphill areas towards the side of crater fields or towards the northern side of water treatment. As long as they're going for a northern rotation, I think NB Esports can also fare off really well.
They can. Uh, I think so. Yeah, they have a lot of options to work with, right? So they can go for that shadow. But the important factor is in this map right now, as we just saw the overall ranking, teams like MABETEX, they need another big game. If they get this one, if they be able to at least get onto the 90-digit mark, or maybe not 90 digits exactly in terms of total 90 points, and also if we can be able to hit the triple digit mark. If this map, it's going to be good enough to at least just catch up to the lead which for MV already set it up for other teams. I look forward to teams like Stalwart Esports, T2K, MABETEX shining so bright that they just gonna put some effect onto the lead which 4MV is maintaining. So I really want these teams to shine. Although it's still gonna be an integral part of the game that 4MV will retaliate, but how these teams gonna just react to that? That's gonna be interesting one.
Well, certainly it is going to be an interesting one. And like I said, MABETEX Esports, yesterday also, Shivans, they got total of 30 points in the map of Miramar. They were the highest points which a team accumulated in Miramar. So yes, for MABETEX, Miramar has always been the strongest map. especially the way previously they used to go for the northern rotation, but this time they have a southern drop location, a complete change that has been showcased, but still it is working for the players of MABETEX Esports. And for now, looks like IHC, they were peppering few bullets in the direction of T2K, but no damage done whatsoever. And after making his presence felt, Demo needs to regroup with his teammates now.
Yeah, he was very far away from the pack, and now regrouping is going to be a good option. And we can see he is a little bit far away, but he has a good amount of good vehicles, so he can just catch up to them a bit early than we think. On the other side, Highvoltage. Again, we talk about the live ranking right now. Not even a single team is close to each other, so it won't affect that much because at live ranking you can easily calculate the numbers that how many points a team has accumulated while they are playing inside the game. It's a really good tab, and we can talk about a lot if we get this right. Look at that. DRS and Highvoltage, they have a 2 points difference. TUF and Highvoltage also has a 5 points difference between them. But things get messy when we can talk about the difference between MABETEX and Highvoltage. It's a 12-13 point difference. So a good game, a good chicken dinner game in which you can just solidify some good amount of elimination points will lead you to dislocate or disposition. Apologies for that. Disposition team MABETEX. So if Highvoltage is looking forward for a top 3 finish at the end of the day, they actually need a chicken dinner right off the bat. Like, especially in this map. If they won't be able to get that one, at least collect in 10 to 12 points from this game. Then you can look forward for a top 5 finish.
Top 5 finish, that is the target for all the teams who are somewhere on the bottom. And one big name is definitely Magnus and Reggie side, Leo Esports, in fact all these teams. But the competition is so tough. All these teams are so very well versed with the game, and it's not going to be so easy for them to beat each other and come on the top. The competition is very cutthroat, with especially 4ME and MABETEX dominating the lobby right now. But talking about DRS, well, they are in the house of the boss. Yes, they do have a good position to hold on to, but they need to capitalize on those positions, because DRS, the rotations they have worked on. Dynamo won the rotations, were not so perfect from the side of DRS, but now they're looking good in terms of the compounds which they are holding. But for now, Highvoltage DC and Leo Esports, they're also in the close proximity to each other, where Leo Esports, they're looking pretty much loaded in terms of the resources which they are having in their hands. But the next circle shift, where it is going to be, because Leos, they have the western control, the linear formation that is coming from their side. The only team that can be an ugly thorn can be the players of NB Esports. But for now, MABETEX Esports and T2K, they are also in such close proximity, where Sanhok is in a very tricky spot.
Yep. But I think so. He's just going to leave this area, graveyard, completely, because he knows that this name might haunt them and this might be his graveyard. Because it's better to just run away from your demise. It's better to just, stay away from those early fights in which you don't have a better, positioning and also a better opportunity. Because we all know MABETEX, they have every single player right here in the graveyard area. And although on the other side for T2K, that wasn't the same case, right? But MABETEX on the other side, one of the most deadly team here, secured the chicken dinner just in the previous match, and they are looking strong and also hot. However, any team can destroy their flow. Any team can just crash their hopes. The only thing you want is a chicken dinner, right? Isn't that easy? And it's not going to be that difficult too for a team like MABETEX. But this need to be, just have to stay calm and also composed. Otherwise, they might suffer. But let's see, the circle forms over the northern side, and still water treatment is in play. So Shadow, I think so. Quantum Rage can still opt for that, or maybe we can say the same thing for Aegon X I8.
Oh, definitely. Quantum Rage, they are in a very good spot. They can seek for a potential dominant control for the northeastern side, as long as they're aware about the position of IHC. Because if they're not watching their 6, IHC can come and bite them in the back. Otherwise, they are in a good spot. At the same time, 7th element, this time they are also going for a northern rotation. But in the airdrop, Shivansh, we have a big weapon. Grotza is there in the level 3s, which can come very handy in the map of Miramar. The only team that is in close proximity are NV Esports, but right now Leo Esports, they are on the crosses of Highvoltage DC, but somehow Haidami survived.
Ooh, that's going to be an interesting call. Assassin good amount of spray, but no way, he missed all those bullets. That should have been his pick, but he lost a chance. He lost an opportunity. But Shadow, do you really think that Highvoltage is gonna, initiate another fight? Leo Esports already in a bad position, and they are making things more difficult for them. But they have to make sure that they are in a safer spot. Liquid heading behind those tanks, heading behind those water treatment plants, but will he survive? That's going to be the question. Slipknot is trying to, get some or to create some backup for his teammate, but he also received some amount of damage from the distance.
Well, certainly, Leo Esports, they have been forced to take this spot, especially with the vehicle being exploded on the other side. Stalwart Esports and TUF looks like they're also locking horns with each other, where Joker Sir has been knocked down. Let's hope his teammates are nearby to go for the rescue mission, but H2SO4 is also all by himself, and Stalwarts, they are showing on their doorstep where H2SO4 goes down through the hands of IC over there, and Stalwarts, well, they have got 2 defeat points. Soon the second point will be converted because there is no chance the Joker Sir out in the open of a revival. That revival won't be coming in, and TUF, after having a good game in their pocket, looks like this Miramar is again not going in their favor.
Oh no, not at all. TUF struggling, losing out, falling apart. But this is still, a chance to step up and perform, because you lost 2 of your players, right? 50% of your firepower is still there. You can still do it. You can still get something out of it. You can still perform well. The only thing that's stopping you is yourself. But let's see for how long they can get punished, for how long they can survive, and we have to wait for that. We have to wait for the result. Meanwhile, Noki knocks out Nova from the lobby and got a vehicle elimination for himself. Another individual lost. This is not a good sign because the zone is getting very close. Teams are also getting close to each other. But the result is still same. Teams are losing out those individuals. We haven't witnessed a single team fight, Shadow. A complete team fight. Teams are going for those fights, but those are kind of one-sided. And look at this fight. Again, another one-sided fight because it's a 3v1 push in which Viper needs to step up. Will he? Falls down to only 50% of the FP. Switch to an M4. Knocks down one player, but got punished right away.
Well, Blade, he has to go for the revival onto Falak and Againix IA. They do have a good compound to hold on to, but Reggie's side and IHC, they are fighting against each other on the eastern periphery, and looks like Reggie's side, they are not looking very good. The knocks are coming in, and IQ with the mini gets a confirmation point onto Noki as well. Reggie said they really need to step up their gameplay because this team is known for their aggression. But wait a minute, TUF with the vehicle explosion, Stalwarts, they eliminated the entire team.
Oh, that was thinking the armor, and Stalwart just exploited that. TUF, they were alive with 2 men, and Stalwart were like, you know what? We finished off your 2 of your players. We're gonna wipe out your whole team. And they actually did that. On the other side, we can see another Mongolian giant stepping up into the battle, and that's it. That is Team IHC, Godless, on the high edge, spraying down bullets onto Waz. But Waz was fast like an eagle. No way, that was a close call. Roshan survived the barrage of those bullets by Godless. This man is just built different. Despite the fact he wasn't comfortable in that fight, he still opted for engaging in that, and he somehow managed to force out the teams to just fall back. And now Alex, surrounded by the players of Aegon I8.
Alex, he needs to bring some opening towards the side of Againix I8, but maybe he's not interested in initiating this fight because his teammates are a bit far away. On the other side, Alex, the smokes are not helping him. Blade still trying relentlessly to bring a knock onto Alex, but against IET directly rushing towards the side of IET. See, up close frontal battle, a 3v3 fight is going to happen. The grenades are being flung over from both the direction, but no connection whatsoever. Alex and Zoil are on low HP, and Uzm along with Blade might be looking for a lower bridge flank angle. But again, IET still looking very confident. A 4v4 fight. And IQ with a vehicle is trying to lure the players of IET out in the open, and Demo does the same mistake, gets punished instantly by IQ. The confirmation is there, and now IET left with only 3 players.
Oh no, ISC. Just because of that overcommitment, they lost one of their man, and now they have to fight with 3-man lineup for now. But to be honest, it's still scary. It doesn't matter how many players IHC has. The competition, the firepower remains similar. And look at that, Godless got an opening. Knocks out a player of Aegon 8. This is what they wanted, but he bought a lot of time for his teammate. IQ might get a revival a bit early than we expected, and yes, he will. The only problem that Team I8 will suffer is going to be the zone rotation. They will be able to allow to move inside the circle, or they'll get denied by the players of I8C. We're talking about denial. Look at the players of Leo falling down like dominoes, losing out players, and now it's only one-man army, Leo Esports, in a whole world of trouble, Shadow.
Oh, they are, and so are the players of IHC as well, because from the backlines, any team can also do a third party, they can chime in. And again, XIA, they're showing knocking on the doorstep of IHC. They are relentless in picking this fight against IHC. They have the numbers advantage, 3 finishes already in their favor. I love what again XI8 are doing, the way they are amping up their aggression this time. But Ziol comes in and finds Blade with that M416. This is a very crucial knock onto the players of again XI8. And Godless with the grenade might be looking for another one, or maybe a confirmation for luck on a very sliver of HP. But Zoel, he needs to find a safe cover for himself, because from the back lines, a team is also doing a third party. Could be the players of T2K.
Oh, T2K, they are also surrounded by enemies, and they are doing the same vice versa for them. Highvoltage on the other side found themselves on the receiving edge against the players of Stalwart Esports, putting a lot of pressure onto them, and they are just annihilating their hopes. Meanwhile, 7 Element also chip in to create a havoc against the players of Highvoltage. Now there's only 2-man players, 2-man army. Prabeam also goes down by accident with this desperate fight going here. IHC versus Aegon XI8. Falak secures a knock, and that's a huge one. Cordless is out. It all comes down to Alex with 1 HP. Falak charging onto him. He needs some time. He got it. Switch to an UMP. Not survive. He will not survive. IHC falls apart. Got taken down by the players of Aegon XI8. Playing like demons. Thrashing like butchers.
But it's still not over. T2K, they heard the commotion and they're ready for this fight. They know the players of Egenix I8 are outnumbered in this fight. From the backlines under supervision of Rick, they are rushing onto the compounds. The grenades are being flung over to get the location, to know where exactly the players of Egenix I8 are. But look at that, they're not giving any sound cue. Just perfect crossfire that has been set up, but Sandesh has a vague idea where the players could be. Despite the grenade coming in the direction, again excited, look at them. Perfect crossfire by all the 3 players. You can't breach this crossfire alive. And again XI8 Uzm also trying to retaliate with the same grenade to find some opening onto the players of T2K Esports. Now T2K knows exactly where the players are. It's a battle of the grenades, but no single connection whatsoever.
Oh my god, Sandesh! An overcooked grenade. Who let this man cook? He falls apart, but Suyog thought that he can survive. He will not. T2K, what they have done? And Aegon XI8 won another fight. It seems like this team is unstoppable. The players are unbreakable, and they are made up of steel. Aegon XI8 securing 8 total eliminations, the highest in this lobby. And still standing strong. But the bad part is Shadow. They are not favored by the zone. Tenatan can change the momentum. He can change the opportunities what Aegon XI8 was looking for. One of their man again falls down. He is looking out for another Internatan. Another man served on the course, Mia.
Again, XI8 up until they were the extremely terminators in the lobby, but now they're falling apart one after another, and Tanatan Mini gets one confirmation point as well. Again, XI8 now they are left with only one player. I'm sorry. On the other side, Regicide Vaz at the mercy of the blue, and so is Valley, begging for help, begging for rescue mission, but unfortunately the help won't arrive. And Regicide, they still have to move inside the circle. And look at the position of MABETEX Esports. They can easily gatekeep the players, but they don't have the perfect armor. Roshan with the vehicle making a hasty entry inside the circle. Might get punished by Leona, and certainly does get punished. Along with that, Buddy is the last man standing. And again, XI8, they have been eliminated on the element spot.
Oh, a sad exit. Sad exit for them. But you know what? We might witness another sad exit, but this time they are going to be the Nepal favorites, DRS, up against the players of Magnus, forcing them to bow down against them. And this is not looking good. On the other side, look at that. Yantai finishes off finisher. He is still surviving with the team, and Rules got a revival. Got a revival there. Apologies. Delta on the other side lost his life. It's still a 3v4 situation in which DRS can step up big time. 20 meters away from the circle, Rules collecting and replenishing his loot once again so that he can fight. He can just stand up against the Goliaths fighting right now against those huge players. Those players who build a good amount of momentum for them. Quantum Rage, Halsey. Quantum Rage utilizing the house. But the circle will decide, are you going to be inside the circle or not? 2-1. And the zone closed in, favoring the players of NB Esports. And also 4MV. Oh my god, this circle is weird.
100% agreed. NB Esports, they have been extremely blessed with the zone. From the very starting, the rotations that came from their side, the IGL made the perfect rotations this time. On the other side, Quantum Rage, well, from the outside of the safe circle, they're peppering bullets in the direction of again XI8, but Magnus then finds Rolls hiding behind that vehicle, instantly knocks him down. The revival won't be coming in, and the confirmation point has been made by 7th Element for all the hard work Magnus Esports faster did. 7th Element, they are reaping the benefits of the elimination point. Magnus Zen is definitely not going to be happy, but right now the remaining players of DRS, Magnus Zen is aware about the position, but MABETEX, they have also been eliminated, Shivansh.
That's again a bad sign. This is not what I thought, but it's what's going on. And Magnus, oh my god, it seems like they are the Grim Reaper for Team DRS. They became the Grim Reaper here, ripping their heads apart and also forcing them to just go down, go away from them. Quantum Rage can do something which is going to be an unthinkable thing for Magnus, because they can just go for a backstab if they wanted to, and they also have to move inside the circle. So every single move Quantum Rage is going to make will allow Magnus to falter down or to just step up more. But Goku on the other side spots out Zen, burst out his vehicle. The cover has been blown away. So as the head of Senior, a headshot, and he falls down.
Certainly, he has been taken down, and Quantum Rage are looking for more. They have to go for the revival. Goku has made the crucial revival, but Stalwart Esports, even they are also barging into the compounds of NB Esports. NB, they were looking so very confident up until now, but Stalwart showed up. One of the player already down, and Tops with a grenade is looking for more. All the utilities, throwables are being flung over to bring down the entirety of NB Esports from the cheeky angle. Tops is trying to take down Fistboy over there. And Stalwarts, they are looking very strong as Fistboy is surviving on a sliver of HP, but not for very long. NB Esports, they were looking very good up until Stalwarts proved to be the fly in the ointment.
No way. Stalwart Esports is playing like Stalwart. Shadow, 10 total elimination and still not stopping. They lost one of their man, but it doesn't matter. They are still deadly. In between, we can see Formica vibes. still has control of this high ground. Apex peppering down a lot of bullets, none connect. Needs to reposition himself so that he can just do the same thing he was doing in the previous match. But East on the other side got punished. And that's a bad thing for them. Zone is closing in, Shadow. 3 more seconds and we'll witness the next zone. Will it favor Stalwart Esports? Yes, it will. Holy smokes. This is what luck is. And this is when you get favored by PUBG Mobile gods.
Still, it can be either team's gameplay. 4MV, they also have the dominant control on the northern front. From the southern side, DRS is also trying to make a dominant control. Let's see what's going to happen. But DRS, they might have to engage in so many fights. Yes, Stalwart Esports are looking very promising, and so are the players of 4MV as well. Quantum Rage having the complete eastern periphery control under the favor. Needs to be a bit cautious about Magnus and DRS at the same time. But Goku, at the same time, watching his 6, finds East, pepper few bullets, no connection whatsoever, but faster was not fast enough, and Stalwart Esports stops with a mini, instantly takes him down, and 7th element through the pixels. Goku deals hefty damage towards the side of 7th element, but for now, 7th element, all they have is a little hay bale for the cover.
Yeah, 7th element is still there, inside the battle to just do something crazy and do something out of the box. But well, the other team's gonna allow them. That's gonna be the question, and that's what Quantum Rage are denying that. Asha with a spray of his life shuts down the players of Magnus Apex. A beautiful spray by him, but still no result for him yet. 108 bullets in the backpack and 40 in the chamber. Refuse has a grenade. Might lob one. This might, just provide him a success. And yes, it will. Taratin falls down. And he got eliminated as quickly as he can think. Tokusaurus meanwhile falls down by a play zone. And Team 7 element, including the third element as a third party. Another grenade. What this team is doing. 4MV. Not going for those bullets. Instead going for blowing up their heads.
Oh, Quantum Rage. They are dwindling down. They are falling apart like a pack of dominators, and 4MV, proving to be extreme terminators, have annihilated the entirety of Quantum Rage. Now, 5 teams remaining, and like I said, 4MV is still having a potential dominant control from the northern front. The only player that can be an ugly thorn are the last player of Illuminate crew, that is going to be Sky. For how long he can hide, survived enough. On the other side, DRS, in a blink of eye, they have been eliminated after getting 4 eliminations. I don't know what's happening wrong with the players of DRS. They need to get back the old confidence. Yes, the strategy is there, but the aggression should also be there. That is completely missing from the side of DRS.
Yeah. I don't know what happened, but yeah, we need to find out. Or maybe someone need to ask them. But okay. They end up at the 5th position. They have 7 total points. Agona 8, look at that, still has 9 total points because they had secured a lot of total elimination points. But Stalwart Esports against the players of 4MV, and 4MV denied another team, and that's going to be I8. End up with Eliminate Crew, by the way, apologies. End up at the 4th position. 4 miracle vibes! They need a miracle now because Action, he steps up. A grenade on the face of Doc. He is the IGL, and he got taken down, but refused. The spray was perfect. The result was astonishing, but the answer was heartbreaking because Doc stole that kill.
7th element, desperate measures are coming in to move inside the circle, and that is where Stalwarts are capitalizing as they take down one player. Now T24 OP is the only man standing, having just few hay bales for the cover. Not enough. Stalwarts, they are picking fights with the players of 4MV as well. And Apex right in the crosshairs of T24 OP as well. 4MV, they were looking good, but now Apex has to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade, and Stalwarts, they're raining death and destruction. They're finding traits here and there. 14 defeat points already in their pockets.
Looking out for some more. Just want to build up the stack and just want to build up the bank. 7th element. T24 just waiting for the opponents to feed him, waiting for his chance to roar. But Nazid has an eye on him. He needs to be careful, otherwise he might base, his depth. Apex also hiding behind those hay bales. T24 spots him out, denies the left hand angle, and Mini 14 is the answer. Nazed with the grenade, I think so. This is it. Apex might go down, but he still survives. T24 also. This is a fight in which Stalwart is enjoying the feast. They are enjoying this battle. They are enjoying the movement, Shadow.
Oh, they certainly are. This is their game to lose, and with 4 MV out of the equation, it's only one player from the side of 7th Element. Shivansh, this is the game for Stalwart Esports.
T24 falls down by the play zone. And yes, Stalwart won.
Yes, they definitely won. They got the chicken and they were looking for it. They were looking so aggressive, Shivansh, from the very start. The moment they got the control of the compound from the hands of NB Esports, there was no stopping onto the aggression of Stalwart Esports. And now with 26 points, they find themselves on the 2nd spot in the overall ranking.
Wow. 26 banger in the second last game of the day, make things more spicy, Shadow. And that's what we wanted. We're going to talk a lot about this team and also about other teams, but after a very short break.
Welcome back, everyone. You guys are watching PMPL South Asia, and like Shivansh said, what a game from Stalwart Esports. You are very happy and excited, Shivansh.
Yeah, exactly, because the way Stalwart played was just mind-blowing, right? Because they wanted a good amount of points to, just get closer to the players of 4MV. And although on the side 4MV just showcased a similar amount of retaliation so that they can maintain the lead they have in the overall ranking. They did a great job. But Stalwart, after getting this huge banger and also a huge amount of points of chicken dinner, this might, just throttle them to approximately around 107 or 108 points. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not that good in maths. It's Ocean who can do a quick math. But yeah, now they can see a bit closer to the players of 4MV.
Oh, yes, they are slowly catching up to the players of 4MV, and this time 4MV, they were also very close to getting the chicken dinner up until it was about the positioning. Stalwarts, they had the better positioning, they had the better compound in their favor. So yes, Stalwarts, they were the absolute beast, absolute killers in this particular one, and they wanted such a performance. But still, few other teams are still there who could have performed much better, like NB Esports. But now is the time to have a look who is the standout player. Any guesses, Shivansh?
Maybe top? Let's find out. And it is Action. Yeah, both of them are from the same team, so it doesn't matter who gets the MVP. It's still coming in at the same banner, right? In the same banner.
Oh yes, it is not top spots, it is someone from Stalwart Esports aggression that was coming in 6 elimination to this guy and 936 damage that he was dishing out. Perfect strats coming in from the side of Stalwart Esports. So definitely Stalwarts, they have always been the aggressive bunch of lads. The way they pick up the fights, synergy is always on point. Even if Stalwarts, they pick fights on the multiple fronts, they always win those fights. Yes, they were missing out at the start of the day, but finally they're back in the action and with style. Along with action, we have IC also in the standout player with 7 elements of its own.
Yeah. T24 did a great job, by the way, surviving till the end so that he can collect some good amount of placement points. But focusing on placement points is a good thing, but you have to maintain different caliber and all. You have to maintain the total elimination points because it will also affect in the total overall ranking. But for now, it was a decent game for them. But we talk about the match summary. Stalwart Esports is leading that in terms of highest assist, highest damage, and also the highest amount of elimination goes to IC with total 7, a humongous number. Action following up with 6, IQ with 4, and T24 with 3 of himself.
100%. Stalwart Esports, perfect strats coming in, and tops with Mini is absolute beast. But this time, the highest healings done are from the side of Falak, Againix I8. Againix I8 also, they were picking too many fights, Shivansh, and they were winning majority of them. Today, it's a good day for the players of Againix side as compared to the previous day. But this time, after eliminating, I think 2 squads, they were taken out pretty early in the game. But still, they have good amount of total points from this game, and it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, it certainly is. By the way, T2K just threw that fight away. I'll just gonna say that because they almost had an advantage in which Sindesh could have, lobbed a grenade in which would have secured 2 knocks, but that wasn't the case right there. And yeah, Phoenix I8 got an opportunity to stack up the total elimination. Look at that, total 0 placement points and 9 elimination, focusing on those elimination points a lot. It showcased that they are pretty good in terms of taking fights until unless they are handicapped. But I would love to see Ignex I8 performing this way, in a similar way in the final map of the day that's going to be played on Erangel and showcasing the real true dominance. But 7 element stepping up at the right moment, 11 total points from this game, and this is what needed, right, Shadow? And still admit, despite the fact they secured good amount of total points, they might still be in the second page of the overall ranking because the difference between them and the other teams are just quite huge. It's just quite huge.
But in the overall ranking, there is a huge point difference between 4MV and Stalwart Esports. But Stalwart, they are slowly catching up. 101 points to Stalwart Esports on the second spot. MABETEX Esports also on the third spot with 82 points. The competition is definitely there, but for the second spot and the first spot, 4MV, they need a chicken dinner if they want to retain the top spot. Otherwise, maybe Stalwarts can topple over 4MV.
That is a possibility now, and it's open up. 25 points away from 4Maker Vibes. If Stalwart Esports will be able to secure a chicken dinner in the next game, then they can still change the fate. But let's take a look at the second page of the overall ranking, in which LBDQ steps up and just secure the 11th position, stealing from the IHC Esports. IHC, again, very bad start, and it's still going on. 7th element, again, climb up the ladder onto the 14th position. Total 33 points. And look at that. Leo Esports, 7th element, Regicide, and Magnus Esports. Every single one of them has 33 points. That's cool.
Yes, they do have 33 points each, but they need to make a comeback. Shivansh, they are on the bottom, and after getting a chicken dinner in the previous Miramar, Stalwart Esports might be looking for another one in Erangel because the target is to topple over 4MV and vice versa as well. 4MV, they want to retain their throne on the top spot, so maybe we can see a chicken dinner coming from the side of 4MV in the last Erangel.
In this match itself, 4MV secured total 12 points, right? So, I'm not seeing them, struggle that much that we predicted, right? That this gonna happen, or that gonna happen to them. They're still performing well. They're still going good, and they're still showcasing the similar amount of dominance that showcased earlier. The only thing that changed that is the amount of chicken dinners they secured. They have got a single chicken dinner today, if I'm not wrong, Shadow. And the closest they got was in the 9th game, in which they secured the second position with total 5 elimination points. So just one step below from that chicken dinner. It was a close call though, but still not enough for a chicken dinner, right? But the only thing which affect if Stalwart Esports gets a chicken in the next game, that's going to be the positioning and also the comfortable and also the soft cushion 4MV was maintaining from yesterday. It will get destroyed if Stalwart will be able to secure a chicken. But other than these teams, right, already in a good spot. Let's talk about the teams who are in a bad spot. IHC. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, Shadow. What's going wrong with this team? This team used to call as the champions, right? And I am sure that they're going to play like them too. But when?
Difficult question. Yes, IHC, they are really struggling in terms of the rotations as well. The fights they are picking. IHC, most of the times in the map of Miramar, they find themselves out in the open, picking too many fights. Either they start multiple fights and they start to lose onto them. Even the segregation that comes from the side of players of IHC is not favoring them. So first thing, in Miramar, IHC needs to find a good compound for themselves. Second thing, they need to stay together. The split, yes, I agree, you want the information, but the split is not working for them. So many times we have seen LX out in the open, caught off guard, and the numbers are not in the favor of IHC. This time also the same thing happened when against I8, they rushed toward the side of IHC. LX was a bit far away, he was the one to be taken out pretty early, and then it was the man advantage which against I8 had.
Ooh, as you just explained, right? In those fights, IHC couldn't even afford to, lose, right? And also, whenever you are in a handicap situation, you tend to, just fight back. But I can't see that approach from their side. But take it, things happen, stuff happens. But the only thing is how you just perform from the previous game. There is a line, and that is pretty famous, right? Shadow, and that is, a true champion is not judged by how much he or they admired, but by how well they can understand at the pace of adversity, right? The only thing which matter right now is to perform good. If you start performing good, if you start performing at least just consistent, fans are going to be happy.
100% agreed. A wise man knows when to show caution and when to show bravery.
Yeah.
So sometimes you have to show caution inside the game. You have to go for a passive approach, but it can also backfire. Like NB Esports, they became too comfortable. They were having a good compound. This could have been a chicken dinner for them if they had been able to defend the compound. But unfortunately, they became too comfortable. And Stalwarts, they rushed towards them. The grenades were there. So yes, when you have a good compound, you have to be aware of your surroundings so that you can stop the players from closing the distance. But this time, the flight path is definitely favoring the drop location of Stalwarts M4 MV. On the other hand, T2K, they have a long journey up ahead, and Magnus, well, Pochinki is not that far.
Mm-hmm. And they are it's pretty glidable, right? They can just move towards the Pochinki. It's gonna be very happy. But TUF, okay, this is also a team which we have to look out for, because they are the rising stars. They have been in in the PMPL from a very long time, and also showcasing the similar dominance in the Pakistan PMPL too. But IHC up against the players of Quantum Rage, they all secured a knock, but the instant switcheroo from the side of the players of Team Quantum Rage.
Definitely, Team Quantum Rage. This is what I was talking about. IHCC, Ziol was there. Yes, I do understand you need a vehicle, but you also need to understand that Quantum Rage also comes in the close proximity. So you have to be aware. You always have to have a backup. If two players were there, maybe there could have been a chance to save Ziol in that situation. But Quantum Rage, so close to the players of T2K, and Jane with that M416, a little late on pulling that trigger. Quantum Rage, they will make it to the safety, but still one player already down, and Godless is looking for the confirmation point onto Halsey. The trades are being made. This is the same story, Shivansh, for both these teams. Quantum Rage, in the previous Erangel, it was T2K that eliminated Quantum Rage in a similar style, and this time IHC and Quantum Rage, they both are doing the same thing, losing players at the very start of the game.
You know what? They need to understand that what are the consequences if just they're gonna play like this, if we're gonna keep on playing like this, right? So as you just mentioned, you are a bit scared and the teams are showcasing the similar amount of performance. This is not good at all. Come on, if you're just gonna do the similar mistakes again and again, which just lead you to only one thing, and that is the end.
Misery is continuing. Quantum Rage, same thing is happening. Previous Erangel also, but this time Goku was faster. One takes on Sandesh, but Reg with a vehicle run Nova takes on Goku, gets the instant confirmation point as well. So like I was saying, Quantum Rage, they really need to find a good drop spot for themselves every time in the map of Erangel. The history keeps on repeating itself. Oh, bad start again.
Another bad start, as just mentioned, right? I think so. They just need a good boost. They just need a good support, or they just need something to work with, right? The only thing which they are right now, what the rules is doing? He's still gliding. That's why. That's wild, by the way. And yeah, this guy is just, their drop location is a bit far, so expect that. But wow, rules, he's a crazy man.
Well, certainly. Wait a minute. DRS
Yeah,
Gaming, they
he's
are
still
still
going.
gliding. Hmm. And then
Man,
people
what's
ask me
going
why
on?
DRS is not performing.
Oh, you know what? Sometimes some games from DRS is like walk in the park. But maybe, you know, if you're gonna do these type of shenanigans, that they don't might help you. So you gotta be careful. Although rules is where he wanted to, right? He is still in a comfortable area, so he might just be very happy. But teams like Seventh Element now they have to work according to the circle because in the past, the circle was favoring Team Seven Element a lot, but right now they have to fight for it.
Hmm. They have to. Even seventh element this time, they are around the ferry pier area. Ferry pier itself offers good loot, so yes, seventh element are going to have pretty good resources. But the circle might end up somewhere towards the shelter or the apartment area where the players of Highvoltage DC are there, NB Esports are there. NB Esports always goes for the shelter loot, so yes, they do have a good compound to their name, good spot as well. And for now, it's kind of a podcast moment, as Neeraj likes to call it. Nothing really is happening
Yeah.
in the game. All the teams are just busy looting, grabbing those crucial resources, so we can have a little chit chat.
Oh, yeah, Shara. So what's up? How's life? I
It's
hope
good.
it's good.
Yeah, it's good. I'm just scared of DBS. Even in my nightmares, I hear the DBS sounds.
Oh yeah, it's scary.
Imagine I'm playing PUBG Mobile and the opponent is rushing towards me with the DBS. I just hate that weapon. What about you, Shivansh?
I actually like DBS. Because
Mm-hmm.
I am pretty weak in spray and pray. So I always think that weapon like DBS allow you to just unleash your true potential, especially in those close range fights, and especially after the meta change, DBS is like a go to go weapon. I can say the same thing for S12K, and it is certainly that case. But DBS will allow you to just pump and gun. That's it. Easy kills.
You have not been on the receiving end. I really want that weapon to get nerfed because the way the players are
Oh yeah.
exploiting DBS right now, especially in Miramars, all the weapons are out of the window. It's just a DBS and an M416, and you're good to go. Every player is just relying on their DBS, even in the final circle, especially the players of Econex IA. The way they were exploiting DBS in Sanhok, that was crazy.
That's why, like, we can see that how much impactful a weapon can be if it's in the right hands. So, to be honest, Shadow, yeah, I agree with that point. Just need a little bit of nerf, some a bit of small changes, but it's still a good weapon. It's balanced for me because once you are aware that how you're gonna use it, you are the best.
Hmm. Yeah, it all depends how you use it. But right now, it's a pretty slow Erangel as compared to the previous Erangel where we saw two teams getting early elimination. And this time, seventh element, well, they are going for a bridge block. Are the players of 4MV aware of this? If not, maybe they can get punished because seventh element, rarely I've seen them go for the bridge block. Earlier in the essay, it was Team Elementrix that used to go for the bridge block, and Team 4MV always, every time, they were prepared for Elementrix. But are they prepared for seventh element? And 4MV, maybe they already got the information. They spotted down the players. They're opting for the Eastern Bridge from where Stalwart Esports, they're already moving ahead, and the circle takes an Eastern shift, heavily favoring the players of NB Esports again.
Yeah, every single time it's NB Esports who got favored by the PUBG gods. And still they won't be able to secure a second dinner. That's a bad news though. But yeah, they are very close. They are very close, and this might be the one. And two airdrops just alongside each other. That's a dream.
And in the other airdrop, we have an MK14 coming in. On the auto mod, MK14 is one of the most deadly guns in the close range, and TUF Thor might want to go for that. But right now, NB Esports, at this time, it is Quantum Ray showing on the doorsteps, already bringing down their numbers. Gets a confirmation point onto Akaze as well. But Quantum Rays have their own troubles because only 2 players remaining. Shivansh is just Tanatan and Senior. Goku and Halsey were taken out pretty early in the game. Had Quantum Rage had the numbers in their favor, this might have been a good game for them, but still there is hope. They do have a good position, they do have a good spot, but NB might be looking for a revenge.
Yeah, this revenge might be sweeter. Oh my god, Senior. Look at him. He's with the team, but they have to be careful of their surroundings. Once you are aware of your surroundings, you are the best weapon. You are the best player, right? You just need to make sure that you are safe. But I can't say the same thing for Quantum Range, right? Surrounded by the players of NB Esports. Senior, okay, trying his best, but sometimes you think, Shadow, that you are safe. Sometimes you think that you just done it. You just need one thing which don't allow you to help in that situation, and that's your own expectations.
Certainly,
Yeah.
Quantum Rage, yes, 2 players are there. NB Esports, they're just scouting the area, they're grabbing information, how many players are there, whether or not they can breach into the compounds, what approach to take. Maybe we can see few throwables, but for now, NB Esports, they are moving under the supervision of Fistboy. And Fistboy from the far off angle can provide so much information. I really hope he has a DMR. But Regicide and MABETEX, they're also locking horns with each other, and looks like MABETEX, they are not looking good. Left with only one player on the verge of elimination, but perfect grenade from the side of Senior takes on Sek, leaving Mondo all by himself. Fistboy, what can he do from the far off angle? His teammate needs him as soon as possible. There is no time for the revival, and Tanatan, when another follow-up grenade, is looking for one more knock onto Mondo. Mondo has been able to push the delay for some time, but not long enough. He needs Fistboy as soon as possible.
Where is he? Where is he? Where is Fistboy? I think that's going to be the call out. And we Esports thought they might lose this fight, but Mondo is just tanking a lot of damage. He's still there. Sek is waiting for his life, but Mondo with a beautiful grenade. This is the opening, and we can see the Fistboys here. Mondo still sticking to the grenade. Lob that, and that was a grenade finish for Mondo. My man is just made different. Look at that. Pixel of his HP, Sadhu. He was surviving on just pixel of his HP. This man is just built different. And Mondo, Fistboy, first of all, dude, you are a bit late to the party. You are very late, by the way. You're just celebrating what Mondo just did. This was like my, my friends. Whenever I got my salary or maybe something, or maybe the YouTube income, they were like, "Yeah, Phoenix, let's celebrate." But whenever I'm like, "You know what, guys, let's make a video," they were like, "Yeah, we're not free." Jokes aside, by the way, that was just a joke. But yeah, Mondo handled that fight very perfectly. Nothing taken away from that lad.
Well, yes, it was very crucial. It was very crucial. Otherwise, NB Esports, there could have been a lot of trouble. But now he saved the life of his teammate. Yes, Akaze was lost to the cause, but still 3 players are there. At the same time, NB Esports, they do have a good position as well inside the circle. And NB Esports, they have played this kind of circle n number of times in PMPL South Asia, so they know how to go for the rotations, and the way they're already having the complete control of the shelter caves is a good idea. But Regicide and IHC, Regicide already taking down Alex and Zeol over there, and IHC left with only 2 players. Demo with a grenade knows exactly where Buddy is. The reinforcement is there, and IHC, they are outnumbered in this fight, Shivansh. But Demo, is it prepared for the rush that is coming in? He takes on Noki over there, takes on the second one as well. Can he take down the third one? Almost. He can take down the third one as well, but his teammate Godless with an M416 is going for the confirmation point onto the fallen teammates. And with that, Regicide, half-baked rush came in from their side, and they paid the price.
Oh, that was a mistake in which Regicide just paid dead, and faced an elimination right away. But Shadow, the best part was IHC. Every single time we can see these individual players performing like Rock, playing like a rock and playing and performing like a horse, just running out in an open area, doesn't care who is in front of them, and just reaching up to its mark. That's just perfect. But Eliminate Crew, surrounded by the players of 4MV. If Eliminate Crew eliminates the players of 4MV, this will open up an opportunity for the players of Stalwart Esports to rise up from where they are. Woofy's spots out, spraying down the bullets onto those vehicles of 4MV. They are escaping their death, and they escaped it pretty smoothly. 200 meters far away from the circle, not that huge number, but they need to be careful because now they have already, to be honest, invited the players of 4MV to just punish them.
Oh, they have Eliminate Crew. They have to make the crucial rotation at this point, and in the process of doing so, maybe they can grab the attention of the players of DRS as well. At the same time, on the low ground, we have the players of Leo Esports, and looks like Sky is aware from the uphill angle. He can do so much damage towards the side of Leo Esports, and Woofy's with a vehicle run overtakes down Haidami, but in the trade, he also goes down. Viper also has been taken down. The blind rush that came from the side of Eliminate Crew. 3+ has been lost.
Good, Shadow. This is not good. They have to be careful. Every single move they'll make, it's gonna pay them. But they are still there, standing strong. The revival are going on. But the amount of fights, the way these fights are panning out is just ridiculous, right? Never expected this type of domination. The final circle tend to play very slow. Teams tend to play very slow, but right now, teams are getting just annoyed by the way, I think so. Dog needs to be careful. There's a player right in front of him. Dog dodged every single bullet, but Rules with the final few bullets shuts him down. And now he has a grenade. This is time where he can shine. This is the time when he can go big. But he needs a backup. He needs recovery. He needs another frag. Will he able to get that one? Will the players of 4MV allow him to, you know, stack on those knocks? They will not, but that game he's secure. He deserves.
4MV just holding on to the wizard tower, susceptible to those grenades that were coming from the side of DRS Rules, but looks like Rules has run out of the grenades. It's a battle of throwables. Who locks it to the perfection? 4MV still holding on to the grounds, but DRS have another worry in the name of Aganex I8, and they take down Killer YT. The last player still hiding in the smoke, but for how long? Delta with the DBS takes down one player, Blade. It's still a doable situation, but Delta needs to patch himself up. As he was doing so, IQ comes in. Instantly deals with him, and DRS, after getting a valiant effort and one elimination, bids bye-bye on the 12th spot, and so do the players of 7th element on to 11th spot. But 4MV, they have to go for the revival. But Shivansh, look at the position of Sandesh.
He has a really good spot. Just he needs to utilize that to its perfection. Action on the other side still has 4 frag grenades in the backpack, using every single one of them, dishing out some chip damage, and they just need to work on it. And Action did that! Pollock was barely surviving on just river HP, and now he falls down. Blade on the other side, reposition himself. Icy moving forward, and Action not stopping. Now he has a Molotov, lopped on front to Pollock, but on the other side, there's 8 shuts down Refuse. And 4MV also facing the brunt of the players of Stalwart Esports.
Yes, Stalwart's trying for the southern control, but the circle takes a northern shift, and the players of IHC are in a very good spot, and so are the players of Magnus. This can be a good game for both these teams, but Stalwarts, they are busy with the players of Aganex I8. On the other hand, T2K, they have managed to eliminate the entirety of 4MV. Right on the face of IC, a grenade from Falak takes him down. Nized holding on to the wizard tower. IC begging for the help. Action also in a retaliation grenade finds Blade. Falak on a sliver of HP. A follow-up grenade is enough to take down Falak as well. Will leave IQ all by himself, but Action is having a second thought whether to back off from the situation or to lob the grenade. He repositions himself, going much closer to the players of Aganex I. A 2+ already down on IQ. He's trying to lure IQ out of his cover through that vehicle, and he knows exactly where IQ is, but IQ takes down Action over there. The blue is also closing in, and both these teams, they have to hurry up, otherwise the blue will dish out a lot of damage. And Tops is there Along with IC, can he take down IQ? And I think they can, and they certainly do so. And again, XI8 also bids bye-bye on the 9th spot.
Oh, that's a bad ending for them. But you know what? It is what it is. Still a team shadow. Against I8 still managed to chip in 3 total points for them before going out. It's a decent ending, right? It's not bad. It's not good, but it's decent. Although can't say the same thing for Team 4MV because they just secured only 3 points. We have seen them performing very well, but they tend to fall apart in the final maps, right? Maybe they get tired, or maybe their fuel is done. But jokes aside, they're still on the top. But if Stalwart secures a chicken here, they can change the fate. One of their players is knocked out, and it seems like T2K just trying to finish him off. And yes, Nerzaid is down. Nerzaid is out of the lobby now. 25 players left. T2K with total 4 frags. Finisher knocks out Assassin. Will he be able to finish him? Let's find out.
Let's find out. And Stalwart Esports, T2K again becoming an ugly thorn, leaving only 2 players. And T2K do have a position advantage onto the plus of Stalwart Esports. And Break with a Tempo 16 spray, trying to take down Tops. The vehicle receives hefty damage, but somehow Tops survived, and so did IC. On the other side, NV Esports and Magnus, they are also locking horns with each other. T2K, yes, they do have a good position inside the circle, but they are hunting, looking for the plus of Stalwart. On the other side, we have Magnus and Highvoltage also going up against each other, Shivansh.
Yeah, this is a really great fight, and look at the mini-map. Another team trying to join in the party. I think so. You might see one other team just enjoy the blood, but IHC, okay, they have something different in their mind. Magnus, I like how they are just separating these vehicles from the barrage of those grenades and also bullets, because they are an important part of the game. They can just become your source of momentum, and also just your agility, and also can provide you some cover. High voltage players, they are hiding inside those bunkers, healing up, and it's important. And they're talking, I think so. You're like, what's going on? What do you think? What's going to be the result of this map? They're just enjoying, and that's what we wanted, right? This is what we like.
This is what we want. For now, Highvoltage DC, they're just patiently waiting, holding on to those cave angles. And if anyone tries to breach into the area, they will try to punish. Leo Esports, yes, they do have a little bit of the ridges and dips to work around with. Maybe they can enjoy the safety net of the next circle as well, because they are somewhat in the center position. So yeah, Leo Esports are also looking very promising. Stalwarts, they don't have the numbers in their favor. NB Esports, this can be a good game for them as well if all the cards are played right. But the question is, with so many teams present on the southern side, Shivansh, how will the players of Stalwart Esports make it inside the circle? Maybe through the eastern side, and looks like that is what in the minds of Stalwarts are, because one player with the vehicle is already looking for the eastern rotation. But they also need to be a bit careful from the players of T2K, because T2K, they were the faster ones.
Yeah, they're very good. They are quick with their decision making, but some teams already spotted them out. I think so. It's going to be IHC. You're just trying to break the flow of the players of Team Stalwart Esports. But Shadow, Leo, I think so. They are going to be the game changers. What if the circle moves over the northern side? All these teams who are staying towards the southern side, their hopes will get thrashed, and every single thing they are thinking in their mind might get punished.
They might, and so do the players of Stalwart Esports can get punished, because Leo Esports 3 players are cooking up grenades. If even a single one lobs to the perfection, can take down IC over there. Tops is already going for the flank angle, and IC is in a very tricky spot. T2K Esports on the other side, already going for the northern rotation. T2K are looking very promising. I love what they are doing, and even the players of IHC, they are being the silent ones, just focusing on their positioning. And Leo Esports, Slipknot comes in, takes on action over there, and Top's position has also been compromised with a vehicle explosion. Top's also bids bye-bye, and Stalwart Esports, they were struggling with the position, they were struggling with the rotation, the numbers were not in their favor. Finally bids bye-bye on the 8th spot.
Another team lost, and another team takes an exit. 7 teams in the lobby. T2K trying to, just be the Goliaths here. IHC is still in play, but the circle, will this circle allow the teams who are holding towards its bunkers to get this map in their favor? Godless cooking up a grenade. If this lands perfectly, it doesn't affect anyone because NB Esports, they are inside the bunker. Similar thing for Highvoltage. 20-second shadow. These 20 seconds are going to be the most crucial one for every single one of them. The grenades which Godless utilized, they are going to dissipate after a few seconds. Slipknot getting his vehicle back onto the ground. 3, 2, 1. And the circle move towards the eastern side, and look at that. This will make things more spicy because now Highvoltage, they have the height advantage and higher ground.
CO gets taken down and T2K, they have to keep their numbers alive. Rig might be looking for the revival onto the fallen teammate, but Finisher with those tap-tip shot is going to deny that. So T2K, Rig, I don't think can get a revival anytime soon. And on the southern western periphery of the circle, so many teams, so many third parties are going to happen. Haidami gets a confirmation point onto CO, but still T2K are looking good. But Jane also goes down. Now they are not looking good. Leo Esports, they are also making so much noise. NB Esports, they are inside the shelter area, playing very safe for all the good reasons. They are aiming for the chicken dinner, and so are the players of Highvoltage DC. But Slipknot gets a confirmation point onto Jane.
Godless on the other side knocks out faster with grenade. He wasn't fast enough to dodge that one. He didn't saw that coming, I think so. But now Godless is looking forward to finish him off, end his misery, and end the game for him. Patrolin not allowed to move forward, not even get closer to his teammate. But look at that, his fallen comrade might get a revive. And yes, that's what's happening. NB Esports working out as a savior. Trollin might give a revival to faster. IHC Demo looking out to finish off Finisher. They need to be careful, and Demo switch to the UMP. Fire some bullets. Trollin closing in the distance with an AKM. Lost his life. Will he know? Peppered out a lot of bullets to its perfection. Demo instantly stops him. Zen goes down too. So as the team. Magnus. They are done for now.
They are done, and NB Esports, they are not done as they take down the entirety of IHC over there. And finally, NB Esports, they have woken up from their slumber, 5 elimination, and now the next victim are the players of Leo Esports, and Mondo in a close frontal battle is going to lose it, gets taken down, but his teammate Sek comes in, right tick of time, and deals with the players of Leo Esports. Now, Sek going for the revival onto Mondo over there. Leo Esports were looking good around the other side. TUF and Highvoltage DC Probeen literally is burning, but they have managed to eliminate the threat over there. That was TUF. They can go for the revivals. Fistboy having a good position, and Sandesh in a very tricky spot right now.
This is one of the most wacky circle you can ever expect. Shelter is the hot zone here. And Team Highvoltage, they are still inside the bunker. They can revive their teammates because every single one of them is still there. NB Esports with total 6 finishes, then 5 of them goes to Mondo, apologies. The only thing which NB Esports is going to face is the retaliation from Sandesh. He tried, but falls. Mondo with another 5 in the backpack and 7 for his team. It's a 4v3v2 situation in which Leo, the players are entering inside the circle. Highvoltage DC already made their way inside the circle, cruising in. But NB Esports, this is the time where they can shine, Shadow. This is the time where they can change the fate. But Highvoltage, what they are doing, Sek, are you aware of that fact that they are just coming in front of you? You have to be careful. Assassin receives some amount of damage, Shadow. Look at this perfect drone view. Assassin retiling back, and Sek falls down too low. If his HP Assassin falls down, the DBS battle is ruthless, and it's Probeen who knocks 2 of the players down.
He certainly does, and he's looking for the more. He's looking for the last player of NB Esports, Mondo, on the low ground. He knows exactly where Mondo is, but DBS finally reigns supreme. He takes Mondo over there. NB Esports has been eliminated, but Leo, they did a third party in the right nick of time, leaving Malik and Assassin all by themselves. 2 players already down from this side of Voltage DC and now Leo Esports, they're rushing towards High Voltage. Can they win this one? Malik gets taken down, leaving Assassin all by himself.
This is still a 1-1 close battle now. Liquid with the DBS and also less HP. It doesn't matter. His teammate did it. The way Leo stole that chicken from High Voltage and also from the players of NB Esports Shadow. It was just amazing and something weird. 10 elimination onto the players of Leo. They got the chicken total 20 despite of the fact they are on the 12th position Shadow, which states that they were having a bad day yesterday and also today too, but at the end, everything situated, everything settled down. We will talk about, we have to talk a lot about this team, and we will after a very short break.
Everyone, you guys are watching PMPL South Asia Championship day number 2, and Shivansh, what a game, what a fantastic game that was. The aggression was not ending at all, and Leo Esports finally they get the victory they were looking for.
You know what, to be honest, Team NB Esports set up a bouquet, right, and they just passed that to the players of High Voltage. When High Voltage starts celebrating, Leo Esports just chime in, and they were like, you know what? This is for us, and we're just gonna enjoy it. And they actually secured a chicken, and what a beautiful fight, by the way. It was a 2v4 situation. The distance was quite a lot, but the vehicle just was the X factor. That's why they instantly denied the distance and pushed onto the players of High Voltage. Just because of that, they previously secured 2 eliminations, 2 knocks, and haven't lost a single player while they were rotating. That just gave them an edge, and they secured a good chicken. Though IHC tried their best, they got benched by the players of NB Esports. The similar thing happened with another team, and also a good approach by every single team, but at the end, it was Team Leo who got the chicken.
Oh, they certainly did, and Leo were the opportunistic one. They knew when the players of High Voltage DC were the weaker one. When they were going for the confirmation point onto Mondo over there, they striked in and took down 2 players of High Voltage DC, and it was a numbers advantage that came in. They rushed towards High Voltage DC. There was no time for the revival, and the standout player this time is going to be IHC Godless.
Yeah. And again, Godless with godly performance, 6 total knocks, 5 elimination, total 80% by the way, knock to elimination rate, 2 assist also, and 892 damage, good amount of damage and decent amount of, very good amount of survival time by the way. Healing down is only 206, which is again a good number, but IHC Godless did a great job. But what about his team, Shadow? That's my question. What about the team IHC? Because despite of the fact they perform good, but that's not enough.
Yeah, that's not enough. They need to do more, because at the current standing they are in, they need a chicken dinner. If they want to propel themselves, they really need a chicken dinner. On the other side, T2K were also looking very promising in terms of the rotation that they were making. They were going for the complete northeastern rotation that was working in their favor up until Jane was taken down, Rig was taken down, but still Rig is definitely a player to focus on considering the high damage number that he's having. Even Mondo as well, he had the position disadvantage where High Voltage DC capitalized. Otherwise, if it was an even ground or the height advantage was in his favor, maybe Mondo could have clutched at that moment.
Yeah. You know what? That was a different timeline, Shadow. Anything could happen in that situation, but we know the result would happen. But let's talk about the match summary now, because Demo, we can see a lot of players from different team. By the way, every single player are from a different team. Liquid is from Leo, Rick from T2K, Demo from IHC, and Sec from NB Esports, leading the charge in highest healing done. Demo for highest assist, Rick for highest damage, and Liquid for highest elimination. Total 5 was the number. If we talk about the match ranking, it was Leo Esports secure total 20 points, with High Voltage falling up with 13 and Esports with 12. But if Stalwart Esports achieved total 7 points from this, and Team 4MV secure 3 points, which states that, Shadow, before this game, Team 4MV and Stalwart Esports, they had a difference between of 28 total points. Now it just come down to only 21 points. That's a good jump for Stalwart.
Oh yes, it's a step in right direction, but Stalwarts need a chicken dinner if they want to topple over the players of 4MV, and let's see if they can do so. But like you said, 4MV, they are still sitting at the top with 129 points. On the other side, this time NB Esports, they have taken a certain jump of 3 positions. Now they are sitting on the 7th spot with 68 points.
68 total points, and Eganix I not that far behind from them. Although they secured a chicken dinner, that's not the case for MB Esports, and this is the only team who hasn't secured a chicken dinner. They're on the first page of overall ranking. That is a good start to talk about. But again, showcasing some good amount of performance, maintaining the consistency, and now they're on the first page. But teams like Regicide still on the second. Leo Esports secured a chicken, and they're still on 12th. Maybe this is the chance. This is the start of their, raise up. But IHC on the other side, 2 position jump, but still not enough.
This also shows that creating a comeback at this point is not going to be so easy. Despite getting a chicken dinner, Leo Esports, they have taken a jump of just 1 position. So things are going to be more difficult if you want to make a comeback on day number 3. So teams need to be very consistent. Day number 1, the point structure, the overall standings were volatile, but now they are not as volatile as they were. Day number 3 is going to be more difficult, and for MV, they need to be more consistent. But the elimination lead as well, this time Action is in the top with 26 eliminations.
Yeah, IQ with the following up with total 22 frags, but the amount of damage rate tested out is humongous. 57,097. Approximately 5,800. Holy smokes, that's a good amount of number. If we talk about the highest amount of average survival, goes to Doc, the IGL of Team 4 Medical Vibes with 22 total minutes and 48 seconds, which states that he's the guy who stays up for the highest amount of time. Godless with only 16 total average time but 20 elimination. That's a good sign.
Well, see, Godless is having the highest damage, but still, IHC, they are not in the best of the position in the overall ranking. So that means IHC, like I was saying, they're picking too many fights. The damage is there, the elimination is there, but they are not able to survive for very long. And when they survive, they get taken down. So IHC really needs to work on that. Otherwise, IHC is a very strong team with too many achievements in their hands.
Oh yeah, they need to step up. They still have 2 days left for the change, the switcheroo, but will they be able to do that? We're going to find out tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. But we talk about the day summary. T2K secured the first chicken dinner with total 15 eliminations. Eganix I8 with only 3, but a good chicken dinner with Miramar, T2F with total 40. And the highest goes to Stalwart Esports on the map of Miramar. And then at the end of Tokyo, 10. And MABETEX good game on Sanhok and showcase that how you win in Sanhok.
Well, certainly, Leo Esports finally the Nepalese team starting the domination with T2K getting a chicken dinner. Later, it was the Pakistani teams. Yes, day number 2, Pakistani teams did showcase a very good comeback. All the teams were able to showcase good performance, but still, 2 days are left, and this good improvement need to continue on day number 3 and day number 4 as well if they want to see themselves at a better position.
Yeah, you know what? Still 2 days are there, right? We are done with 50% of the South Asian Championship. 2 days. This is a 4-day affair in which 12 games are done. You have 12 more in the backpack, and now you can just increase your pace, because if you are, in a good spot, you just have to be consistent. You just need some good amount of points, some decent amount of points to stay right there in the similar position. But if you're on the second page of the overall ranking, you need to buckle up yourself, because you're up for a ride. You have to perform very good. Otherwise, you might end up in the similar position after this particular championship ends.
Well, certainly you have to be the consistent one, and for now the Mongolian domination is there, but Nepalese are also trying their level best, and even Pakistani teams have also started stepping up. So day number 3 is always a day of unpredictability, where we don't know what's going to happen, because now teams have a read on to each other. They know at the same time, we are going to have a very clear distinction which teams are going to stay in the top 5, if not top 5, at least in the top 10, because after day number 3 it's not going to be easy to make a comeback.
Yeah,
But
it's not going to be that easy. But yeah, Shadow, I enjoyed the game today. But I'm looking forward for the day 3. And to be honest, for me, it might be the day of comebacks, right?
yeah, it's going to be a day of comebacks. But for that, we have to wait. And with that marks the end of today. That's it, Fox, for today. Thank you so much for tuning in. And that's it from Shivansh and me. We guys will see you tomorrow.